Hey judges, hello. We're just sorting out the live stream and then we'll be cracking into it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Iris Awards, day 1, afternoon 1. Okay, and the Iris Awards proudly sponsored by Canon, and of course this creative category that we're about to judge is sponsored by Nikon. We'd love to thank both of those sponsors for their support. Without them, this would not happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to just play a couple of short adverts from our sponsors, and then we are going to get into a few details regarding the category. It's a little bit embarrassing, we're having a technical issue straight off the bat.
Watch.
Okay, thank you to both those sponsors. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a run through of the category where our judges can just check for exclusions and everybody can sort of have a bit of a heads up of what's coming. And after that we'll give you the full description of the category and get into it. Okay, so let's have the run through of the images. Okay, some very interesting images to be seen there. So, whilst the judges just put down any exclusions that they need and to bring them to us, I'll just introduce myself. My name's Paul Daly. I'm your panel chair. I've got Nicola Wilhelmson beside me. She's assisting. We've got our print handlers, etc. out the back. I don't actually have everybody's names, so I'm not going to start listing one or two and then having everybody. So maybe they can get me a list to read out. We've of course got some amazing judges, and we're going to get to meet them at one point. We'll get them to do a sort of like an intro of themselves. But whilst we wait for those exclusions, I'm just going to go through the creative category description so people know what this is all about. Okay, so the creative category recognises images that push the traditional boundaries of photography through conceptual and abstract approaches. This category encourages experimentation and innovation, allowing photographers to explore a diverse range of techniques, styles, and artistic interpretations. While images may be abstract or non-traditional, they must maintain a strong photographic foundation. The intent of this category is to celebrate the artistic expression and creative freedom within photographic practice. Entries may include contemporary and historical techniques and mixed media, but the primary communication must remain photographic. While images do not necessarily need to depict a clear narrative, they should demonstrate strong artistic vision and evoke emotion through thought or engagement. This category is designed for those who wish to challenge conventions and present photography as a medium for unique visual expression. Creative approach. Images may challenge traditional photographic boundaries through conceptual, abstract, or experimental techniques. The work may be influenced by historical or contemporary photographic processes. The image may evoke emotion or artistic engagement, but does not need to follow a defined narrative. And use of mixed media, non-digital mixed media elements such as paint, ink, thread, wax, clay, wood, and found objects may be incorporated. The photographic elements must remain the dominant visual communication within the piece. Any physical additions must not protrude beyond the matting. And as far as editing is concerned in this category, means that all form of post-production are allowed as long as no computer-generated or AI elements are used. Okay, so that is the outline for the creative category. It's very broad in what's allowed, so can allow for some very interesting imagery to be seen. Now, we have got a number of judges that we'd like to call to be our first up. We have in no particular order, but Bruce, Charlotte, Catherine, Rachel, and Emma. Okay, team, if you can log in. Okay, our print handlers ready? Okay, that one took a while to log in last time, actually, to be fair. Do you want to, is it doing a, yep, just, have you hit enter? Yeah. Okay, judges, are we all good to go? Print handling, are we good to go? Okay, let's go. First image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 81. That's a silver award. Okay, and to start off, can we have a comment for the photographer? Yep, right. Go. Yep.
Yeah, congratulations on the silver. There's a beautiful papery feel to this floral piece. I do feel that this could have brought up even higher. There's sort of 3 dark pockets where we're losing the detail in those. I think sort of seeing a little bit more detail throughout, because detail, it is a celebration of detail, would bring this even further.
Great, thank you, Catherine, for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Challenging, yep. Catherine?
All right, I gave this 88, and what I'm responding to this is this feels like a study on vigorous growth, something that is overtaking. It's like it's going so fast, it almost feels like it's out of control, the growth in these trees. There's just this upward motion. In this, like, you get the appearance of this harsh bank. You know, these things grow in any condition, and it just feels like this fight. It almost has an uncomfortable feel, the vigour in this.
Bruce, you're down at the bottom end of things. How do you feel about it?
Thanks for challenging up. I think the thing that gave me pause on this is the print itself, the bottom right-hand corner. I found that it was losing a lot of detail and contrast, and got quite muddy for me, and I found that really distracting, and it took me away from finding a story. So I'm listening. I was on 76. Give me something to come up with, please.
Something from the middle 3 are all very close. Rachel, you.
Yeah, I scored this 78. I'm enjoying the narrative that Catherine has brought, and so happy to come up a bit. I guess what kept me out of the silver range initially were just the 3 little bright spots as you go up the hill, and I do really like the way that angle and that darkness leads you up that slope, but there's nothing there for me in those bright spots, which I found just a little bit distracting, so happy to listen.
Okay, Catherine, I think it's back to you.
Sorry, guys. All right, so this sort of barren muddiness, and I feel like that's the point. This is earth, and there's actually not much space for any other trees than these ones to grow, because these ones are so vigorous, they just literally overtaking everything else. To me, those bright spots, they are balanced. There is light spots throughout on the tree trunks all the way off to the left. And it does actually give a place for our eye to rest throughout. And so you sort of roam around and then you do come back to those bright spots, but there is balance there. I'm on 88, and it would be great to see a few more points.
Okay, judges, let's rejudge. Catherine, have you? Thank you. Okay, you brought it up to 82, silver award. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Okay. And can we have a comment from somebody along the... Emma, you're at this end.
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. This is a beautiful image. It's very peaceful and they've handled it really well. It definitely makes you rest in the image for some time. Yeah, congratulations. The only thing holding me back was the weighting of it with the shadow just on the left side of the centre. Other than that, it's beautiful. Well done.
Okay, thanks, Emma. All right, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award, and Rachel's hand has immediately shot up for a challenge.
Yeah, I felt quite an instant.
Score?
Oh, sorry, I scored this 88 silver distinction. Felt quite an instant sensual, almost erotic nature to this image. I'm allowed to say that, eh? Yeah, there's all this, when you get up close to the print, and I do urge you when it's in the gallery to look at it, there's all these subtle little bits of sheen to it, a stickiness. There's sort of like the insinuation of seeds and reproduction, and I've never quite seen that done before, and I think it's very effective, and yeah, just purely for the uniqueness and that sort of quite guttural response to it, I've put it into silver distinction.
Emma, you're down the other end of scoring. Yeah.
I scored the 75. I was missing the sort of reaction that Rachel had, but just listening to her, and the seeds and the reproduction story that has made me think a lot more and appreciate it more for that. I enjoyed the colours and everything, but was just missing that story and the feel when I went up to it. I just didn't have the same response, but I'm listening.
Okay. A voice from the middle, Charlotte, or yep.
Okay.
Charlotte. Oh,
Oh, Charlotte, you want to go?
yeah.
Yep.
Sorry?
Yep. Go.
Okay. I'm on 82. I guess I was waiting to see if anyone sort of saw it the same way as I do, and it was really good to see that you did. It really immediately gave me that feeling of reproduction, womanhood. The shape down the bottom, the mirroring of that shape kind of makes it look like a uterus with the seeds, and that blood red shade is just really, has a lot of impact. I am definitely willing to come up on this one, so yeah.
Okay, Rachel, back to you.
I didn't really hear anything I need to address with regards to a negative there. I hope that you've all enjoyed this time to sort of just soak it up and get a little bit of that erotic nature into your mindset, and are feeling naughty enough to come up with me into silver distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 86, silver distinction. Nice work, judges. Good talking. Okay. And can we have the next print, please? Charlotte, have you pushed enter? Okay, we've got a score currently of 92. All right, and yes, Rachel, you are the highest. You'd
I
like to
scored
challenge?
this 97, silver with distinction, and I'm going to try and hold myself together here because I don't like over-emotional judges. Sorry, gold distinction. But this is, I feel like this could have been me. This could be so many women I know who have built a home in their shadow and put everything into that, and then had, literally the empty nest is coming through there, and you're left with this space, this feeling, and you're sort of like, well, what am I now? I mean, I don't have to be that home. I don't have to be that shelter and that protection. I've given absolutely everything of me, and it's now gone, and what's left? What am I? And I'm getting this so clearly here, and I just think it's beautiful communication. It's really beautifully handled, and I've put it into gold distinction. I can't even find the right word for it. Gold with distinction. So I'd love to see it score just a little bit higher and come up into that range.
Charlotte, I need to talk to you. Well, you need to have a chat.
So I was sitting on 84. I think I missed the point, to be honest. I was trying to interpret what the meaning was. I do really enjoy the composition. I think the tones in it are lovely. I was initially wanting to see detail in the dress, but then I feel that that's part of the darkness of the image, that as it's now been explained to me, I understand the darkness in this sort of situation. I understand the empty nest type reference there. Yeah, I'm definitely keen to come up a little on my score, I think.
Catherine?
I was on 93. I had exactly the same emotional response as Rachel did. I just connect at a really deep level with this. And more, there's the hunch in her back, which is like the agony where you protect your heart because your heart feels like you can't take it. But there's actually light on her front, and that light, there's still beauty in front of her. But because her head is down, she can't yet see the light in front of her. And there is so much depth to something, and such a contemporary presentation, all brought together with this incredible matting. The whole look of this speaks volumes. I'm definitely going to God with distinction and joining Rachel there.
Okay, Bruce, something to add?
Yeah, real quick. The birds are hand drawn, and because we can do mixed media, and if it were real birds, then they wouldn't be from the woman. They are a creation, a human creation. So I just wanted to add that as another story element, because I think it's, if they were just like composited elements, it wouldn't be as strong as something that is handmade.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Anyway,
I just
quickly.
wanted to add, I scored this 94. I just think it's so stunning. I also had this similar reaction, and having just gone through this myself. But it's also, it's beautiful in the way that the birds are flying. She's done an amazing job raising these children and letting them fly and release. And as sorrowful as it is, it's actually also a celebration. Congratulations, photographer, brilliant.
Rachel, bring it home.
You can go higher than 97. I think that everyone's brought more to the table than I can to talk this up even more. I think that the empty nests could have just been a symbol and a very strong one on their own, but there's so much more brought to this. It's not just a slap in the face about empty nesting. It is about how that feels and how it can be hard to look past that and see the light and see the future and see all the other beautiful things, like, you know, the next lot of chicks that you're going to have to look after when all the grandkids come home. So yeah, let's bump this up into gold with distinction, please. Or higher. High.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $97, gold distinction. Beautiful, thank you. Okay. All right, just take a small breath. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80, a silver award. And can we have a comment from somebody along the table? Catherine, I'm going to pick on you.
Yeah, congratulations on your silver. I do feel that this could have been brought up a little bit further if the richness on that circular piece in the middle had as much depth as the rest of it. I understand that the lightness has sort of brought it out, but I feel that we could just get a little bit more into those highlights areas, and that would make the transition from hard to soft a little bit easier on the eye. But congratulations.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And a comment for the photographer from somebody on the board there. Bruce, yep.
Well done on your silver. I think the thing that is going to help you elevate this is your toning and giving more attention to contrast and details and like that. Really guide the eye with some techniques like dodging and burning or something to that nature to really help hone that sense of motion or whatever you're trying to convey.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Okay, a comment from somebody along the line there. Emma?
Yeah, congratulations, photographer. Yeah, this is quite an intriguing image. You're just thinking of all the stories that goes with this. Maybe to take it further, just tell us more about that story, or even the top space. I wasn't quite sure if we needed all that top space or what the relevance was of that, or the placement of the stole. But congratulations.
Okie doke. Okay, thank you for that. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Rightio, can we get a comment from somebody along the line there? I'm going to pick on Rachel. She was on the top end.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the journey through the lifespan of the leaves, and that seasonal tonal change and their sort of rainbow feel as well to the way it's done. I think it's beautifully constructed. I actually don't have anything that I can suggest that would elevate it. So if another judge does,
Yep. Okay. Go, Charlotte.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed all those things about it. I think that it's a bit hard to see, but there's a very thin black border around each of the panels, and I feel that that interrupts the flow of that colour progression a little too much. So I would love to see it without that black border to see how it comes across.
Okay. Yep, good, thank you. All right. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. All right, and a comment for the photographer, Rachel. No.
Oh,
Okay, Bruce. Go.
beautiful, interesting landscape that has been captured here, and the colour palette I think is different. We don't see it like that normally, and I think that's like I'd congratulate the photographer doing that. I think the thing I would actually add is be really cognizant of those details in that lower part, because that's where our eyes are going to go, and if there's any sort of sharpness you can bring out and give us places to sit and feel, we will actually elevate this a little bit more and give us some more context.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments, Bruce. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. And are we? Yeah, yes, you can. Yep, jump up there.
Right, I scored this 86. I just think it gives us so many different interpretations. Back here, when you first see it, it kind of looks like something on top of the world, and there's like a snowy tree on top, and it's really intriguing. And you go up, and there's so much detail in there, and the presentation and the crop, it's just kind of magical. It has that side, and then when you go up, it kind of looks like it could be something else, and in sort of a fungal way. But other than that, I think it's really cleverly presented, and yeah, it definitely deserves a few more points.
Bruce, at the other end of things?
Yeah, I was at 76, just in bronze. I saw a story in this. I actually initially went, it doesn't feel like a planet with something on it. I started thinking it was like a top of somebody's head. And like, that's a little bit of hair. And I was enjoying the story, but once I walked into it, the thing that got me was I found that I was losing details, and that through the element. You can, when you're back here, there's a lot of richness in it, but I found it getting quite confusing once I got in there, and I'm looking for that, I don't know, the lighting or whatever, just to bring it out a little bit more, make it pop out, and that was what was sort of missing for me.
Okay. Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 83 with this, and it feels incredibly tactile, this. I think there's a great command of the tones, how we can, just see the whisper of colour even all the way up to the top. What really does appeal to me in this is a sort of bleeding out nature of that bulge on the top, and it almost feels like it's breathing, like there's a rhythm to this. Which is a little bit unexpected. I'm at 83, and I would be happy to see this come up a few points, so I'll pop it into a silver distinction.
Okay, Emma, back to you.
Okay, thanks for that. Yes, no, that was all very useful. I didn't see some of that as well, so that's even brought it up even more in my mind. As far as when you get up there, and Bruce, you're losing some of the detail. I actually found all the details really intriguing up there, and if you feel you need to view it just from further back to appreciate it, that's okay too. Yeah, I think that's everything, but a few more points, guys, would be great.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. '85, silver distinction. Okay, nice talking, judges. Now, are we going to do this judge change? Yep. Okay, Bruce, you're going to take a bit of a break. And Craig, come on in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Charlotte, have you hit enter? Oh, it's spinning. Spinning ball of death. Ah, there we go. Awesome. Alrighty, we've got 90, gold award. Rightio, and can we have a comment from some? Well, why do you want to? Well, no, it's 90, and you've got 90. Where are you going to challenge it to? You're, okay, all right. Yep, sure. Okay.
Absolutely exquisite. I love this like epic battle of wasp versus dragonfly at the top in this kind of cathedral-like shape. The soft textures and tones, the little minions ready to come and join the battle, and that sneaky little beetle coming in at the bottom. It is fantastic. I scored it 93, and I think I've been a bit tight. So I think we should be looking at going into gold with distinction. I'm the challenger on this. I can't move my score, so I'm relying on you guys to get it up a few more points.
Okay, yeah, apologies for that confusion. But Catherine, you're in the lower end.
Yeah, I gave this 87. I really appreciate the way everything is composed. The technical handling of this is masterful, and there is the command of the colour in this is beautifully handled. Where I am held back by this is I don't get the sense of the battle. I see a total static. I feel like two dead bugs, and then I feel movement in the others. And then I also get a disjoint in the sense of scale between the two at the top and the other ones at the bottom. It just feels like too much of a leap between their sizes for me to bring that into harmony. Yeah, so I'm listening.
Rachel?
I scored this 92, Craig, so I'm happy to get it up with you. I got the battle. Love the battle. There's some little analogies in here that I also quite like. Yeah, maybe there's a couple of dead bugs, but that cockroach is coming in to clean up the mess because that's what cockroaches do. The difference in scale, if we're talking about a chess game, then your pieces are going to be sized differently depending on their role. The aerial perspective makes me think of drones, which of course in Bees and Wasps we have drones as part of that. So there's all these little interconnected touches which show quite a clever nod to what we're looking at. I think that the smaller insects that aren't wasps are possibly like mayflies or something like that, which are usually used as fishing bait or lures. So there's all sorts of other little things that are going on there that I think is really quite beautiful. And as everyone has said so far, it is very, very beautifully handled as well.
Emma or Charlotte, would you have anything to add?
I'm similar to Craig. I'm on 92 and happy to go up. I really like the handling of it, and even the chessboard. You don't really see that till you get up there. So I just think the presentation and the coolness of it, but the big impact of the fight. Yeah, the king and queen kind of up the top. So no, I'm really enjoying it.
Okay, nothing more to add. Back to you, Craig.
Yeah, I think we've heard a lot of good stuff there, Rachel. I loved what you said. I think that checkerboard is the the moving of the pieces in the war and the battle to come, and yeah, I just think the tonality in the printing is just stunning. I'm at 93. I cannot move. I think we should really be putting this at 96, 97. So put those numbers in your keyboards.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. '95, gold distinction. Good conversation. I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with your challenge there, Craig. Well done. Okay, once again, we'll take another breath. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Yes, you have to challenge Craig. You've got no option.
I'm at 91. I think this is really beautiful. I've seen images before of flowers in ice. I have never seen vegetables frozen like this. The tonal range of those frozen pieces, the punchiness of the red, it looks like it's a breathing pair of lungs and a heart in the middle, and I think it's absolutely exquisitely printed, so I would love to see this come up into the gold range.
Rachel?
Thought you'd be coming here. I scored this 78. For similar reasons that Craig's actually put it into gold. For me, I didn't see it as a unique subject or technique. I think it's incredibly well handled, and it does, I guess I took a more of a literal note and was thinking more around preservation of seeds for the future and freezing of seeds and things like that. So, I guess I didn't really get enough more than that to push me any higher, but I'm happy to listen.
Charlotte, a word from the middle?
I was sitting on 81 for this one, and I will admit that I didn't realise it was in ice. So having that little tidbit of information is really helpful, because that also explains why the seeds are sharp, because they're actually poking out of the ice. I am definitely willing to come up on this one. I guess the one thing that sort of drew my eye a little bit is the brighter bit down towards the bottom left, because it's sitting against a darker area of the print, and then the capsicum is not centered either, and it just being a little bit above center, I feel like it just throws the balance off, especially with the inclusion of that little bit of white at the bottom. So that was, one of the things that was holding me back on this one. Yep.
Okay, I think it might be back to you, Craig.
Okay, it sounds like I've got a little bit of support maybe. I think that if you stand there nice and close and have a look at this again, and you see that flat paper that has been used, but the texture looks 3D and it's jumping out at you, and I think it feels like you can go in and touch this and feel it. And yes, those seeds popping out of the ice, like that's like life bursting out of the heart at the middle of the image. I love it. Absolutely think this is well worthy of a gold. I would love you guys to come up with me.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, we brought it up a bit. 87, silver distinction. Okay, great. Thank you for those comments, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score currently of 89, which is a silver distinction, but we have actually two people that have to one of two people that have to challenge you, both on the same score. So it's either Emma or Charlotte.
She said she'll do it.
Oh,
Right.
All right, I'm sitting on 92 for this image, and I'm not a person that's usually swayed by or influenced by emotional content, but I feel like this has so much emotion in this. The graduation of colour from those almost spooky kind of really saturated red magenta tones at the bottom with those ghostly hands reaching up, and that sort of pulls you towards the centre of the image and then up towards the face. And I'm not sure if it's just the way that I'm interpreting it, but I feel like the face, the multiple exposures, the different angles of the face creates a mask, and that sort of takes you into different areas of, I mean, is this a performance? Is the person putting on a performance? Are they wearing a mask? And then why are the hands trying to sort of drag them down and pull them down? And then there's all these beautiful light warm tones towards the top, and they're sort of trying to rise above. So I feel there's a lot going on in this image, and I feel like we should really reward that and bring this up to a gold.
Okay, firstly I'll go to Catherine, because you're at the lower end.
Yeah, I was on 86 with this, and I agree with most of what you're talking about, Charlotte. I think the strength of this is it does hit you in the guts. It does feel like you're going to hell at the bottom there. And I mean, what I see is three faces. The left one feels the most human. The right one feels half human and half not. And the one in the middle feels like it's going down. It's going to be dragged down by those hands. The only real negative I can really say is the piece through the middle felt a bit bright to me in comparison. So it felt like it was fighting for attention. The strongest piece is at the base of the image where it pulls you down. And I think that's really quite strong. I was already in a silver distinction, and I'll listen to what everyone else has to say.
Yep, Craig, go.
Okay, I scored this 88, and I will come up to gold as well. My take on this is that it's how fame and adoration distorts us. When you're a performer and you've got all these hands reaching for you, and your reality becomes distorted, and I feel like that's what I'm seeing here. It's like a performance, a movement, and that kind of gold piece, Catherine. I feel like that's like a bird or something that's flying free and letting them soar and sing. So that's what I see in it, and I'll come up to your 92.
Okay, all right. Any other comments from anybody? Quickly.
I'll just add, I've got this on 92 as well. It's the same as you, Charlotte, and I've really enjoyed it for all the reasons you said. But I liked Craig's analogy of it, but when I first saw it, it reminded me of some sort of goddess, or even going towards the Hades type version with all the people trying to reach up for help, with the reds and the bloods. And if you look straight on, it looks like there's two eyes and a nose facing directly at us, giving us quite a piercing view. And I just thought it really worked. It was very clever. And I'm on 92. I'll go up a few.
Okay, Charlotte, let's bring it home.
I love the fact that everyone had different interpretations of this, but sort of based around the same kind of theme of, fame and performance. I really think that's what it's sort of putting forward, and I think it does it in such a beautiful, colourful way, almost a battle between good and evil, and I really think that it deserves a gold, so I'm really hoping everyone will come up.
Stop. Don't do anything. Okay. It's been a small technical issue. We just have to wait a moment. Okay. So just keep the number in your head. Okay. We've had the conversation, so we can't discuss anything else. So we're just standing by for the technical issue to be solved. while we wait for the technical issue to be resolved, just a reminder that our creative category here is sponsored by Nikon, and we'd like to thank them for their support. As I said, if they weren't here, we wouldn't be able to do this, so we really appreciate their support. And Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, good talking. 92, gold award.
Now you can go back. Cool.
All right, sorry for that delay. Yep, small technical issue that caused a major blackout in time. All right. So, oh yeah, we're going to do a judge swap now that all that's finished. It's Catherine, you can take a break, and Jackie, if you'd like to come in, please. Okay. Everybody else on the panel is fully refreshed after that 5-minute break anyway. So, all right, we're all good to go. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And yep, Craig, you'd like to challenge this?
I would. I gave this an 87. And if anybody's seen these little birds like darting around the place, they're quite aerodynamic and acrobatic, and they're always at these weird, quirky angles, and they move so quickly. And I really like how this has captured that. I love the graphic of that straight up piece of stick, and I think this long oval shaped presentation really elevates the overall piece. So I'd love to just see it sneak into a silver with distinction.
Jackie.
I scored at 77 in the bronze range. When you photograph these little birds, there's lots of them around, and capturing one upside down like this is not uncommon, I feel. The difficulty part of it, I think, doesn't really come into it. But I guess what put me off really was that elongated elliptical shape, and I couldn't see how that related to the image. And it didn't give me enough emotion, and the relationship of the bird to the stalk. It sort of felt like a set up a little bit. I just felt a little bit empty from not emotive enough. Sorry, but I'll listen to you.
Charlotte, are you making eyes to represent the middle? No? Okay, yep, go.
I scored the 78, and I probably was a little bit mean with that, so I'm happy to come up a bit higher. When I'm sitting here, I'm sort of reminded of like a Japanesey sort of style rice paper screen or panel. It's got a very delicate feel and nature to it, with the blossom sort of adding to that. And I think that's where that shape's coming from too. Is it's like a little window into the natural world. So yeah, happy to come up, Craig.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Craig?
I think the long oval of this Jackie is like giving the bird space to fall. I feel like he's like a little kamikaze diver, and I think that there's a bit of humour there with those legs straight up in the air in that same direction as the perch that's dived off of. And yeah, Rachel, I love what you said about the printing and everything. It is really delicately printed. So we have this delicacy, we have this humour, and I think we should reward it. Let's get this up to 85 or more, please.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Have you hit enter, Craig? Okay, you've moved it a bit. 83, silver award. Alrighty, do you want to do that now? Okay, alright. Okay, next print please. Okay, we've got 85, bronze award. Oh, 75. Geez, I'm reading numbers the wrong way around. I'm not even doing that. 75. Correct, 75. Bronze award. I got the colour right. Just the number was all over the place. Apologies for the photographer if they are listening to that and getting a little bit misled. Right, so, yes, can we have a comment? Yep, go Emma.
Congratulations to the photographer. I love the symmetry of the tree, and I guess to bring it up, the splotches in the sky were quite distracting, and I'm just wondering without that a more cleaner look that would bring this image up. Thanks.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And Emma, we're just going to blank screen, just from blank screen. Yep, thank you. Just take a break. And Shah, are you in the room? Yep. Come on in. Okay, just getting Shah logged in, and okay, next print please. Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Jackie, yes, you'd like to challenge us?
Yeah, challenge 88. It's such a refreshing way of seeing of this amazing retro building that with so many different choices of colours have been brought into it that are so specific to that area, I believe. I've got a feeling that there's all little bits of tape have been taped down and it's built up from tiny pieces of the environment in such a unique way. It's so creative, you know, that every piece of this has been carefully thought out and felt, right down to the metal on the roof and the tones of green and browns The composition is superb, and the space of the white, the braveness of that white, it bleeds out to the rest of the frame. There's no matte on this, no edges. I think it's highly creative. 88.
Charlotte, you're at the other end of the range.
Thanks for explaining all that, Jackie. I was at 78, and I think I perhaps may have underscored it a little. I think I was looking for just a bit more of a story, but perhaps I just need to see it as an architectural exploration. It looks like almost a draftsman's concept for a building or something like that. It's almost got a bit of an Art Deco sort of feeling. The composition works really beautifully. I think, yeah, really all that was holding me back was I just wanted to sort of understand why. If someone could fill me in on that, I would definitely be willing to go a bit higher on my score.
Rachel, representing the middle.
Yeah, I scored this 81, and I find it a very lovely architectural study, something that you might find as an old styled watercolour draftsman's plan. With those elements and materials and stuff included. I guess what kept me out of the silver distinction, and I'm happy to come up, Jackie, if you can help me with it, is the corrugated iron aspect, because usually with those flat roofs, they don't have that type of material up there. So I sort of, it conflicted with me with the rest of that narrative. So if you can just help me with that, that'd be great.
Okay, Jackie.
Yeah, I don't think it needs, and it definitely is Art Deco. Thanks for bringing that. We don't ever get to see what's on top of the roofs of these Art Decos because they're flat. So maybe that's alluding to it, showing you what is there that you can't normally see. It's just that rhythm and pattern of those certain tones, colour tones that have come through the front, that they're not perfect. There's all these differences in here. And the three-dimensional wrapping around sort of feel that goes in and out is what the photographer has brought to it that isn't normally there. It sort of wraps around that building and shows us all sorts of views from different ways, including the roof. 88.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 86, silver distinction. All right. Thank you very much, judges, for that conversation. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Craig? Yep.
Congratulations on your silver. I think there's a really cool dynamism in this, and the kind of tartan appearance of the background really lifts those swirls and that movement of the circles. There's just a little tiny sliver of the image on the left hand side of that curve where it's like just a few sharp pieces, and there's not that same movement in there, and that's where my eye is kind of held, and I really wanted to just explore the rest of it. So maybe have a look at that and see if you can bring that same motion into that small piece as well.
Okay, thanks for the comments, Craig. Just a blank screen for a moment. We're going to do another judge change. Charlotte, you can take a break. And Tanya, if you'd like to come in. Okay. Tanya's just... Okay, we're good to go. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Rachel, you'd like to challenge?
Yeah, I put this into silver at 82. I found it reminiscent of a patchwork quilt or a crocheted blanket or something like that. The tonality through it has a very retro feel, which made me think of those sort of more traditional types of handcraft. And I really enjoyed that sort of uniqueness about it. I also really liked that the main row of sheds aren't quite sharp, which adds to that sort of illusion of it, alludes to it being something else. It has that sort of textural quality. I probably would have gone into silver with distinction, except that the tractor sort of above the centre roof line distracted me a little bit and brought me back to reality and away from that sort of more fantastical sort of aspect. But yeah, I think it sits quite nicely in silver. If you could come up with me.
Okay, Jackie.
I scored it 68 because of that unsharp nature of what is the main subject of the beach, the little houses, the little beach houses or something. I would have loved if the whole thing had been cropped down so we couldn't see that in the bottom part. So it alluded to all those things that you're talking about. But because of that, the out of focus look of it, but not out of focus enough, it's stopping me from going there. I think I maybe was a bit hard at 68. I'm listening to coming up higher into the next scoring range. But why? Why isn't it sharp? That's all, yeah.
A word from the middle? Shah? No?
Me? Oh,
Yep,
sorry.
if you like.
Yes, I scored at 75 for the same reasons that that Jackie has alluded to here. If the bottom part of the image was actually reflected in the top part, so it was more even, and the little boat sheds were sharp, it would be a much more dynamic image for me. And I love the Rachel's analogy of the patchwork quilt. I think that that does quite sum it up quite beautifully. But for me at the moment, it's sitting in 75 at bronze.
Craig?
Yeah, I'm at 72, and honestly, I feel quite comfortable here. I really enjoy that bottom part and the motion and the movement and the colours. It's really nice to wander through there. I'm not even bothered at all by the sheds being not sharp. I think that's just kind of part of it. But I just can't get over how messy that top section is. The upright poles, the red thing, it's very messy up there. So I'm at 72, and I think I'll be probably staying here, I think.
Okay, Rachel, back to you.
Okay, I've got my work cut out for me here. I do think that the lack of sharpness in that row of sheds is a decision that the photographer has made, and that the softness there is intentional because it adds to the illusion of it being something else, like the patchwork quilt or something that's woven in a tapestry. I do agree with you that top edge above them does distract, and that's why I've kept it in the silver range. But if you can see yourself to give it a few more points, that would be really lovely.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 75. So it stays on a bronze, but the photographers had a great amount of feedback on the. Rightio, next print, please. Okay, we got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Shah, you'd like to challenge that?
Why not? I scored at 82, so into the silver. I just find that the more you sit and look at this image, the more you actually see the straight lines from the base of the tree to the shadows to the gradation of the greens at the bottom gives it quite a lineal feel, and it's really nicely weighted in the middle there, but the softness of the palm trees at the top just give it an exciting dimension and gives it another layer of complexity. The fact that there's people moving in the background also gives it movement, which, even though it's a still image, it does give me a sense of movement, but also a sense of calm, which is kind of conflicting. But I'm enjoying the way the photographer has prepared and presented this image. So I've scored at 82.
Craig, from the other end of the scale.
I'm at 74. I think there are some nice qualities to this, particularly that top half in that kind of sky area. I feel like this is a technique that the layering of these exposures is something that we've seen before, and I actually have a bit of a problem with those greens, like that the light being uneven on the ground. I think you could have maybe chosen a better time of day to shoot this. The really bright green at the back, and then the really neon oversaturated in the shadowed area, I think is really overcooked in this one, unfortunately, and maybe cropping out or coming up tighter at the bottom or something would help out that. But yeah, I'm listening to you, Shah.
Tanya, maybe a comment from the middle? Yep, okay, all right. Okay, looks like it might be back to you, Shah.
Yeah, thank you, Craig, for those comments. I think, because we're judging the creative category here, the colour gradation I found was actually quite refreshing, because it's not how you would perhaps literally photograph this scene, but the photographer has chosen to add some elements that are a little bit different, that are a little bit bright and perhaps not so natural, but the way that they have combined together with the warmth of the trees is quite an interesting balance of calm and cool, but also the warmth of the trees. So for me, it actually works quite well. So we're just a few points off, guys. So let's pop it into silver. Thank you.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, that's on 77, State of Bronze Award. Okay, and more feedback for the photographer, that's good to hear. Okay, all right, let's have the next print, please. Okay, we got a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Can we have a comment from somebody to the photographer, please? Okay, Craig, yep.
Yeah, congratulations. I think this is really a great image. I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at, but I really love it. I think those rich tones in the print are fantastic. I really enjoy the end image as well, where everything's kind of come apart. I don't really know if I have anything helpful to suggest to improve it, though. I think you've done a really nice job.
Okay, thank you for that. Nobody else got anything to add, so we'll move on to the next image, please. Okay, currently have a score of 84, silver award. However, Craig?
91, gold. This is like brooding and ominous and dark, and I am lost in that top half of the image, and it kind of holds me up there, but then I kind of come down into the light and feel a little bit more hopeful, and I'm not alone in this landscape. I've got my tree friends and my duck friends, and everything's going to lift and it's going to be okay. That warmth from the bottom is going to eventually rise, and I really feel like I'm in this landscape, and I'm just kind of enveloped in this image, and I would love to talk about it.
Rachel at the other end?
Gave this 81, and I'm going to listen very carefully to everything you say, Craig, and everyone else. So I kept it in silver because I felt like that heaviness through the top, there's no gradation through it. It's very, very solid. And I really love the feel, that sort of alternative process style to it is really, really nice. That was quite oppressive. And the other thing is that centre tree just being so much darker than the other trees there on the island, and maybe just a little bit more into the background than they are. So I sort of found that was a little bit unresolved, but I'm happy to listen.
Shah, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, Craig, I'm really glad that you've put this into gold to kickstart the conversation. There is a certain peacefulness about this image, and a loneliness and an isolation, but like you say, there's companionship there. The heaviness in the top part, I actually find quite compelling, and it does hold me in the image. I scored at 87, so I'm within cooee of you, and I think the way that the photographer has presented this is well thought out. It's well conceived and well planned and well printed. So yeah, I'll come up.
Do we have anything else to add? No. Okay, back to you, Craig.
Rach, that solidness in the top, I think, is what I really enjoy about it. And yes, there's not a lot of gradation in there, but the photographer has printed this on something with texture, and that adds a really nice dynamic to this, I think. I feel like that central tree is me. It's like I'm that figure lonely in the middle, and that kind of overwhelming brooding comes in, and then you've got that hopeful feeling coming from that warmth in the bottom of the image and those reflections. So I think this is a really nicely done image with a great communication and a fantastic story. So let's get it up to gold.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 87, silver distinction. Okay. Nice work. Thank you very much, judges. We're doing that now. Oh, yeah, one more. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score currently of 89, which is silver distinction. You can both challenge, you're on the same score, so.
Then I can change my score.
I scored this 92, gold. I find the uniqueness of this, the fact that, well, it's not a fact, my interpretation of something that one of my teenagers could have left in my fridge has been turned into a stunning coastal landscape, complete with a pelagic bird. And I think it's really, really beautifully handled. It's cleverly done. It has that sort of aerial landscape feel to it, and when you get up close, there's all these interesting little details that make you think of something from a petri dish or something from a pond as it starts to freeze over and things like that. So I find the concept and the execution both very unique and really pleasing. So gold, please, 92.
Jackie?
I'm listening. I'm on 84. I love all those analogies you've brought to it. I guess I was a little bit let down by the lack of clarity in the blacks that go against the horizon line, and perhaps the bird that gives it such a we know what it is thing instead of it being more abstract. I would love to have it perhaps been pushed a little bit more into the abstraction, but I'll certainly be coming up into the high silvers at this stage.
Let's see if Craig can help.
That's not a bird, that's a pterodactyl. It's prehistoric, it's fungal, it's crystalline, and it's galactic. And I think you can take any of those words and read into this what you want and come up with something different. And that's what I love about it. And I would love to see this in the gold range.
Okay, any other comments? No? Okay, back. Sorry, back to you, Rachel. Oh, sorry. Yep, if you want to make a comment. Tanya, go.
Just a quick one.
Yep.
When I sat back here and it all just, it's like that cloud shape like a bird of the main area of the image, that's when it really hit me that it had a whole different level, a whole lot of layers and three-dimensionality. It wasn't just the bird up the top. There was actually this prehistoric bird that was within the image. Yeah. I was on 88, so I'm happy to go up.
Okay, Rachel, back to you.
Cool. I think Craig pretty much said everything. Just to address Jackie's comment there about the blacks, I actually think that the lack of clarity or the lack of detail in them actually really adds to that sort of rich velvety feel that that illusion or that alludes to some of the different things that this could be. It could be a material or a fabric or something else. I think that's just really quite brilliant that it's asking all these questions and that we can create our own answers to them. We don't need to know the literal truth. So, yeah, gold, please.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $92, gold award. Okay. Great conversations, thanks team. We're going to do a judge change. Nothing to do with that just occurred. Blank screen, please. Print handlers. Can we have that print away, please? Okay. Catherine, can you come in for Rachel, please? Right, we're good to go. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. Yep. Yes, Shah, you've got the highest score. Yep. So.
Thank you. I scored this 87. The circle crop here is perfect for this image and depicting the circle of life. The one defiant leg that's up in the air that almost, as Craig referred to, a prehistoric animal before, it does have a prehistoric kind of feel to it, like it has its mouth open for that last gasp of air before it passes this mortal coil. The way that the image has been presented is beautiful. The sharpness and the quality of the print is amazing. The detail in the feathers and the position of the bird. It has such a quiet, simplicity and beauty, even in death. So I encourage you to have another look and pop up to Silver Distinction with me.
Craig, a word from the other end of the scale?
Okay, I'm on 78. I've probably been a little bit harsh on this. I do think that there is a mournful beauty to it. So I'm happy to come up into the silver range and join you, yeah.
Okay, Catherine?
Yeah, I gave this 86. I'm absolutely with you, Shah. This does look like this bird's last hurrah, the last dance. Just the level of detail in here is absolutely exceptional. And then there's sort of the milky, glassy eye that just holds you in there. I just think the level of craft in this is quite exceptional.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Craig. Yeah, Catherine, you're absolutely right. The milkiness of the eye is replicated in the surroundings of the bird too. It's almost like lying in its eye, even though that it's not. And I think that sometimes less is more, and this is an image that definitely does depict that, and it has a very, very quiet, calm feel to it, even, and a respectfulness to one of God's creatures. So thank you for coming up with me, and let's see what we can do.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 86, Silver Distinction. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Shara throws her hand up, challenging this.
Yeah, Shah says no. Shah says 87, and we're not far off. We're not far off the pace here. There's a really interesting complexity to this image, and the fact that it has been presented with such softness, but then such harshness, which gives it a really interesting feel. The texture that's on about 2/3 of the image, on a diagonal from the top left to that dark triangle at the bottom right, really gives an interesting dynamic and texture to the image, even though it's not carried all the way through. And I think that softness from the circles, it works really well, because the pointiness of that bottom triangle is harsh, and it doesn't have the same softness and detail. So I think it's a very interesting play on soft and hard, and the fact that they have used the full tonality range from yellows to reds just gives it that extra feel and impact. So I found it quite a moving and intricate and thoughtful piece of work. So yeah, 87.
Craig, you're at the other end of things.
Me again. Sorry, Shah. I gave it a 77. I rewarded it because I find it intriguing, and I think that the range of hues is stunning, but I just found it confusing, and I was conflicted by that hard and soft Shah. So yeah, I think that it's nice to hear your explanation of that, and that definitely helps me.
Jackie?
I scored at 83, and I'm coming up into distinction. I think you've said it. It's a really quiet study, very deliberate, and the sharpness is all in that bottom right hand corner in a small area, that is perfectly balanced by that just sort of little bit of softness throughout that whole back, and the flame of colour of hearts coming through that bottom right corner. It does balance it. It's a piece of modern art, I think, and I think it's really well seen. And I'm certainly being in silver distinction now.
Did you have something quickly, Catherine?
Yeah, I have a couple of things just because these are the points that I'm struggling with. I'm on 78, and of the main pyramid type shape, on the one of the four sides is soft, the other three are sharp, and just the sort of anchoring, the way that one is touching the bottom of the frame, those two bits are where I'm struggling. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more.
Shah, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine and Jackie. I think, Catherine, when you're looking at a work like this, it is like a piece of modern art, like what Jackie has said. So quite often when we look at something like this, the things that are unconventional about it make it feel more conventional. So perhaps it's intentional from the creator of this image, is to create that conversation, and particularly here with Craig, saying that he doesn't feel comfortable with it. It is a little bit unsettling, and that's for me, that's a job well done. It's the things that throw you off and make you feel a little bit uncomfortable about this image is what its actual strength is. So if you walked into a gallery or into someone's house and this was pride of place in an entryway, you'd just go, wow, that really knocks my socks off. And I think that the photographer has done an incredible job of creating a piece of modern art. So yeah, I encourage you to come up.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. All right, done it. 85, silver distinction. Nice work, team. Okay, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 77, which is currently a bronze, but we have an automatic challenge for Shah.
Don't normally. Yeah, thank you. I scored this 87. The squareness of the mat with the roundness of the window gives it a kind of a religious feel. For me, it's like seeing the light at the end, or walking towards the light. Perhaps is perhaps more appropriate. The jagged, the wiggly lines at the side of the lights, the way that they've been blurred, almost feel like sentinels or angels that are going to take you on that journey to where you need to go. There is a depth and a complexity to this, and it's quite moving. And I feel that, you know, if this was like what it looks like at end of life, then I'm quite happy about that, because it looks warm and inviting, and it looks like there's support, and I like the feel that the photographer has created here. The texture with the paper choice is also adding to that element of softness and etherealness. So yeah, I scored at 87.
Jackie?
I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I was at 68, and it felt to me that the original capture was out of focus, and then the movement has been brought to it, and I can't see how that's made it stronger. So the technique is not helping with the technical outcome that it's brought to you, and it wasn't emotive for me because I found that the blurry figure was just too soft. Instead of it being movement, it just became a kind of blob, and there was no I'm not getting anything out of that depth of that one figure that seems to be moving away or perhaps forward. And the symmetry that's been created by the arch is not quite right, that it wasn't in symmetry with the light, that bright light, that is very deliberate, bright light that is really overtaking it. That's all those things were taking me away, and that crowdedness of that circular dome. So I'm sorry, but if you can answer some of those questions, I'll be coming up.
Craig, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, just quickly, Shah, I like the kind of thought process that you have. I agree with you. It immediately caught my eye as being, the end of life and going towards that light. And I saw the bits at the edges as like the last sparks of life, rather than sentinels. And I think either way you look at it, I think that's quite interesting. So, yeah, I scored at 81. So yeah.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Craig, for your support, and for Jackie. I guess, everything, when we look at images like this, it all moves us in different ways. I guess I feel like this is a bit of a religious experience for me. So, and I guess we're in the church right now, so I guess that's kind of appropriate. The softness at the top of that arch, I feel, gives it that tunnel feel. So you've got that way of being guided into the centre of the image, which I think if that wasn't there, it would be very flat and static and one-dimensional. The idea of the circular crop at the top, the circular shape at the top, just gives it a dimension for us to move through, and that's what I feel like you are actually moving into a different dimension. And with this image, the lighting, I feel, just gives it that warmth and that comfort and support, so that you feel like you are moving in the right direction and you're moving in the right place. So yeah, 87.
Okay, judges, let's rescore, please. Okay, 77, Bronze Award. Plenty of feedback. Okay. Radio. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently have a score of 87, silver distinction. Craig would like to challenge.
I would. I'm on 92. I think this is really, really stunning and unique. I love the way that there are all kind of stages of these different plants here, from the petals and the decay to the seed pods have grown at the end, and the like fallen petals on the ground. and then you've got that little butterfly as a symbol of new life, and you know that these plants are going to get new life as well, through the life cycle. The seeds are going to regrow, and I really feel that in here, and I just think it's been so well executed and so well printed. I would love to see this in the gold range.
Tanya, a word from the other end of the scores?
I was in at 84, but there's nothing that I don't love about the image. So I appreciate what you've had to say. I just adore the tones used and just the beautiful detail throughout, and that there's a lot going on, but it all sits really beautifully, and that we get to find the butterfly there. So yeah, very happy to talk and go up.
Catherine?
Yeah, thank you, Craig, for challenging this. I gave this 88, and I feel like I'm looking at more than a floral study. I feel like this is a window into its creator. And we're almost seeing the inner workings of the creative process and allowing us to see sort of the mess that unfolds. There's sort of order in places and then there's disorder in places, and somehow there's a synergy in that. As well as that, it has been exquisitely printed and presented. There's no part of this that hasn't earned its place to be there, and it's beautiful, and I'm happy to go up to gold.
Okay, any other thoughts? Back to you, Craig.
Thanks, Catherine. I think that that is really wonderful. I love that mess. That's nature, that's life, that's how things are, and the photographer has not interfered with how those petals have fallen. It feels very organic, that those flowers have been placed there in a very organised way, and then everything else is organically fallen, and they haven't felt the need to tidy it up. I think that's what makes this really special. So yeah, let's get it into that gold.
Okay, judges, please rescore. You did it. 91. Gold award. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Photographer will be very happy with that result. Okay, let's see the next print, please. Okay, we got a score of 86, silver distinction. Okay, can I have a bit of feedback for the photographer? Anybody along the... Yep, okay, go Craig. Oh.
Fine. Congratulations. I think this is a really well crafted piece. I love the soft ethereal tones and the movement, and then that figure is quite scary. That figure worries me, and I think it's really good. I think to improve it, that hard white line at the top of that building, I guess, is the only kind of harsh thing in there, and I would, aside from the figure, and I would just soften that up a little bit. Did I say what you were going to say?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
And don't be scared by that figure. It's actually Tom Cruise. This is a scene from Elysium.
Okay.
So don't worry, you're fine. He's there to save you.
I don't know. I'm scared of Tom Cruise, though.
Okay, thanks team for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? think it's got a protective cover on it, so we're just waiting for that to be removed. Okay, currently got a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. We have a, yes, Shah, you have an automatic challenge.
Thank you so much. The paper choice here is absolutely sublime. It's made this image look like a tapestry. I want to go and touch it. It makes me want to feel what it is. It has such a lifelike quality that I can't believe that it's printed on paper. It looks velvety, it looks lush. The colours are soft yet cool, but it has a shift to it. When you stand there in front of it and walk around, it moves with you. It's like the eyes in the portrait that follow you in a spooky house, but this has a way of moving you in a different way. Every time you look at it, it shifts and it moves. So even though it is a stationary image, it has an incredible movement. I've scored at 92.
Catherine.
I think you should too.
Yeah, I scored this 78, and I appreciate the tapestry-like qualities. It certainly evoked that in me immediately. However, the content and the composition in here don't have the strength that is as a high elevation as the treatment of it and the paper choice, and I didn't feel that it had as much going for it in terms of what we're actually presented with.
Jackie, you had something there?
I'm in support of the print. I'm on 88, and I'm thinking about this gold because photographing churches like this is so difficult. And it's as if the photographer has brought their pen to this and they've sketched the whole thing in by hand. And this is the creative category where multimedia is available. And it's got a photographic background, but I think it's all been drawn over the top and then rephotographed somehow to bring it into being a print. And the four red windows on the right somehow balance out those four verticals of the building that's going up. It really is that choice of greens and reds and blacks in here is so deliberate that I think you're right that it's gold. I have never seen something quite like this. It's not meant to be architecturally pure. There's a vertical. It's not quite vertical, but that's what makes it organic and real. It feels sketchy, and good on you.
Thanks, Jackie. Craig?
Yeah, Jackie, thanks for picking that up, because that's something that I noticed, and it took me a while to work out, is this on the print? Is it actually somebody has gone in and penned in all this intricate detail? And I think if you see the print in the right light, you can see that black is raised, and I think that is exactly what they have done. This feels medieval, carnival kind of thing. I feel like it's Venice, and I can hear the music and the masquerade happening below. And I scored at 91, so I think, yeah, we really should be getting this up into gold.
Okay, I think it's back to you, Shah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, judges. You've just basically reiterated how I feel about the image and the treatment that the photographer has brought here for us. Catherine and I see your point about the composition, but I think that's what makes this image so strong, is that it isn't exactly perfect. And because of that, it gives us that nature of it shifting and it being an organic piece, even though that it's not. So it gives it a life and a dimension that, had it been perfectly straight, it wouldn't have that same dynamism and that same feel. So yeah, guys, we're not far off the pace here. So I think we can reward an incredible effort and an amazing creative vision from this photographer.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, done it. 90, gold award. Okay, all right, thank you for that. And next image, please. Okay, currently got a score of 87, silver distinction. However, Craig?
Grabbed that mic and I scored at 92. I can just feel the passion in this. That red and that flow of shape that comes around and down in the middle and up and over and around again that just circles through. And then this figure appearing in those multiple points. But that pose straight in the middle, it's like this dancer, this motion has been hit at every point. And the photographer, guessing that this is captured all in one thing, has flashed those things all at the right points and timed it beautifully. And I think we should be looking at taking this into the gold range.
Catherine, thoughts?
Yeah, I was 83 on this. I think you're right in terms of timing and the faces. The part that's put me solidly in silver is looking at those faces. They're very white and bright. I want to feel like it's more cohesion throughout the whole thing. Those faces almost have a bluey white base to them, which is just not quite holding together as much. I am going to listen. I could come up to silver distinction at this stage, and I'll just keep listening to other judges.
Okay, thought from the middle, all fairly close. I'm going to put Jackie on the spot. Yep, okay.
Yeah, I scored this 88. What I really appreciated is it feels like there's been paint put through the image, like rolls of paint, and then out of that we see these figures emerging, as well as the actual obvious figures that we have. The shapes at the top, particularly on the right, looks like a side profile as well, and then on the bottom left, where possibly the feet are, that actually looks like a face as well. So there's lots to discover in this image, and I think it's really fascinating. I'm really happy that we're talking about this image.
Thanks, Tanya. Okay, any other comments? I think it's back to you, Craig.
I love that ghostly white face in the middle, Catherine. I think that adds a whole nother dimension to it. She's so peaceful in her movement. The eyes are closed. I just want you to feel this. I don't think we need to get hung up on various technicalities. It's all about the passion and the feeling, and listen to that music and the Argentine tango and give it a gold award.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, you've done it. 90, gold award. All right. Take a small breath and next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Can we get a comment for the photographer? Yeah, Jackie?
Yep, I scored it right up in there. The jigsaw puzzle from hell. I know, just so good, yeah. And perhaps if there was just a little bit of tone in that top part, just a little bit of, instead of being so white, it could have just gone up that little that into that next scoring range. But really well done and well seen. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Jackie. And blank screen, please. Blank. Okay, we're just going to do a double judge change just to get people, or keep people fresh. So Craig and Shah, you can take a break. Bruce and Emma, come on back. Okay, looks like people are logged in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? What's happening? Don't touch the print. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and oh, Peter, sorry. And can we have a comment from somebody? Tanya?
Yeah, there's some beautiful detail in the flower arrangement. I think just to bring it up to the next level, just to have something to weight it, to have some bit more context or a bit more to the image to help set it. Yeah, so it's not floating, yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks for that, Tanya. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Bruce, yep,
Cool.
challenge it.
I'm challenging. I'm on silver, 84. I think this is like when you see this from afar, you can either read it as two ways, either as a nude or as a really interesting pot or something, like a vase or vase or however you want to pronounce it. When you go into it, it's really delicately handled. Like the lighting is purposely done. It's symmetrical. There aren't blowouts in it, which I thought they might be, but there is the detail through it. There's a little bit of writing saying stainless steel up on the edge, which is hard to see unless you're right up close, which I think is really clever. And so I love the ambiguity of it, that it's photographed like a object, it's metal, and you can't exactly tell if it is a female form or an object, which is actually really clever. So I think it's worth a silver. So I'd like to hear what other people would say.
Okay, Catherine, or yeah.
Yeah, sure. I gave this 78, and I think you're right. It has got that ambiguity. A particular part of it, I think, is really successful. Is actually the unexpected part when you get up to it, and there's really hard edges, and so the hard against the soft, that works really successfully. I would be happy to come up into a silver.
Okay, and anybody else got anything to say? No? Okay, back to you, Bruce.
Yeah, I think that's another point. It makes it more graphic because it's hard edge, and if it is a body, getting a hard symmetrical edge like that is quite difficult. So let's reward the photographer for something that looks simple on the outset, but is actually quite complicated to do when you actually do it in practice.
Okay, thank you. Please rescore, judges. Bruce, I think you might have to enter, or it's all right. Okay, so 82, silver award. Okay, thank you, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, and a comment for somebody, from somebody? Yep, okay, go.
Yeah,
Catherine.
I'd absolutely encourage this photographer to explore further with this. I think there's some really interesting layering and interesting textures, and it sort of reminds you of like fingerprinting in a landscape. In the sky, the large dots in the sky are really pulling the eye up there, and possibly that toning is just a little bit too intense and a little bit distracting. But congratulations on your bronze.
Okay, thanks, Catherine, for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're at a score of 87, silver distinction. Fairly tight judging numbers across the board there. So have we got somebody that wants to add any comments for the photographer? Yep, Jackie?
Yeah, scored at 87, and so many great choices here. Everything the work that's gone into something like this is extraordinary, and perhaps to go into a next scoring range is to create some sort of a little bit more of a narrative that will answer some of the reasons why we're there. But everything that's here and that's been presented is really very, very well done.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. Okay, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're at a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer looking like, yeah, Bruce?
I think you did an exceptional job with the leaves on the blue. They definitely have a really beautiful 3D element that pops out due to colour contrast and your toning. I think the thing I would look at to elevate is just be aware of what is in the background, because there's a sort of a circular thing in the left-hand middle on the, which really pulls my eye every time to it, and I think you really want the viewer to settle on those greens.
Okay, thank you for the comments there, Bruce. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Bruce would like to challenge that. Yep.
I was on 88. Now I regret that. I should have been in gold. This is extraordinary, and I think the narrative is where I think works for me. And this is like an explosion at the beginning of the universe. This is the Big Bang at the start, or if you want to take it back to here, it's like a cavitation bubble blowing up. I can see life in this emanating outwards, and not all explosions are, fire. Some of them are cold, exothermic, endothermic. It's all that sort of stuff. There is stuff in there which we can't see, but we know there are things coming together and going apart. It's dynamic. I think the palette works really well, and I can even see things like a shape of like a jellyfish or a turtle in there. It's graphic in nature. I think it's printed really well, and I would I'd like somebody to go beyond my 88 and bring it up to gold.
Jackie, we better hear from you.
Yeah, I guess I was let down. I scored at 78, and part of it was a sense of I wasn't understanding the top right-hand corner, which is a blue tone that doesn't sort of fit in. I wondered whether it kind of had a feeling of being put in there, painted in, not in a way that I think is an authentic representation of what you're seeing. But I do really enjoy what's happening in the middle there. There's a lot of energy, and I think I'll be coming up into that high, maybe mid-range silver range, because I can hear what you're saying, and I just want to see what other people think about that.
Tanya?
Yeah, I scored this 84, and I really feel like I should have given this gold as well. I feel like it's something we need to look at and talk about, and thank you for the conversation. There's so many layers and levels of depth to it, and I feel like I'm looking at like the head of an animal or a beast. And I really appreciate and enjoy that, like the little starry shapes to the top left going into the blue areas. There's just, and the splashes of yellow work so well. It's just an absolute delight. Yeah, so I'll be going to gold.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, it looks like it's back to you, Bruce.
I think, thank you for the support on that. I think that top right-hand side, nothing needs to be symmetrical or towards that. I do feel like an empty space where space is and exists and it's going to be filled over time is fine. Entropy is going to happen. But also, this is done with frozen water. And that in itself, to get a shape this dynamic out of something that takes hours and hours, unless you've got a commercial snap freezer, which I don't think most people do, is actually really impressive. So I think we should be rewarding for the creativity and the excellence of the photographer. So come up to gold, please.
Okay, judges, please rescore.
I've got to just hit my...
Okay, you brought it up to silver distinction, 88.
Yay.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, judges. And we're just going to have a blank screen for a minute. Okay, Jackie, you can take a break. And Rachel, if you can come in. Okay, all good to go. Oh, yep, okay. Next print, please. Okay. Okay, we're currently on a score of 85, silver distinction. However, Rachel, you're in the gold.
I scored this 92 in gold. The first thing that hit me was this feeling of strength and I find it a very emotive image, but there's a power there, but also this really, really lovely vulnerability or uncertainty. There's tension in the pose. The tones in the female form, especially in the left image, suggest to me that this is a person that has children around the belly area. You sort of get that slight shift or change that happens when you have children. But there's just that there's motion, there's heart, there's emotion. It's very, very subtle and delicate, but at the core of it is that beautiful feminine strength and power, which put me into gold.
Tanya, at the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I scored the 77. I'm really drawn to the central image and the strength of it and the beauty within that one, and then the left image. I think I was distracted by having the three images, and I think my best position to be in is just to continue to listen, to see what others say.
Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 88 with this, and I certainly got that strong emotional feel of this woman who feels like, everything she's a very internal person is what I feel. She's like holding on to something, but there's such a sculptural feel through all of this, very sort of statuesque. For Tanya, I feel like these work together as a three so successfully, particularly with the finale image, as she's like holding onto her heart, but sort of bearing all at the same time with her head up. The other sort of creatively innovative part of it is seeing that sort of really harsh, sort of hard movement line on the sides, which just adds to it all the more, rather than seeing sort of the blurring. We've got this harsh line that really sort of frames each figure so beautifully. Alongside of that beautiful, creamy, milky background, but the richness in those blacks really creates a strong graphic as you pull back from the image as well. We'll go up to gold.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Looks like it's back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. You said pretty much everything for me. I also feel like part of this movement is it's almost like this beautiful dance that you're doing just for yourself. You're not doing it because someone's watching you. The power and strength in that, and then that third image brings to it that little bit of freedom and lift of that self-expression, that beautiful joy in doing something just for you. It's like a very, very personal dance for nobody but yourself. I really, really love it. So come up into gold with me, everyone.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $90, gold award. Okay, great conversation, team. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. However, Rachel, you've got the highest one.
I scored this 96, gold distinction. I find a fantastic story of reproduction in here. I'm really enjoying it. These little seed-like type figures at the base, reminiscent of potentially little sperm going towards an egg. One of them's going backwards, so he's not doing so well. And then that little, almost hair-like one that's going into that circle, which could potentially be that the sperm's made it, and all that's left is the tail going into the ovum. And I just think it's very, very clever, and it's beautifully handled. I really like the depth and richness of the blacks. The way that it's treated makes me think of some sort of an ultrasound or something like that, so it sort of adds to that narrative. And I found it incredibly unique, and also made me smile. So yeah, 96, gold distinction.
Bruce?
I was 83 on silver. I saw the story straight away, and I think it was really clever and put together. I think the thing that got me was the bottom bits weren't strong. Like there's one on the right-hand side that could be conceived as a scratch to the image. I get that it's sort of going the wrong way and it's going out of frame, basically, but I wanted something a bit more down there to make it feel balanced. I think the story at the top is really strong, and you definitely need that bottom bit to make the connection. But I would have liked to have seen it. I don't know, a few more elements added or changed in different ways. I just didn't feel that it felt balanced for me. But I'm listening.
Catherine, you're bang on the middle there.
I was on 87, and I kind of feel both sides of the argument with this one. I think the innovation that we're being presented with is fabulous, and really quite striking. I didn't feel like the scratch was going out, but I probably felt that the other sperm, let's say, they are all sort of headed in the same direction, which didn't kind of speak to the almost like the chaos that I kind of expect this to be, as millions are going for the same result. So I guess that didn't quite hit the mark for going up to where you're asking for, Rachel, but I really do celebrate the innovation and the quality of the presentation overall.
Any other thoughts? No, it looks like it might be back to you, Rachel.
Low sperm count. These people have been trying for years, and they still don't quite have enough to get that chaos and that motion, and some of them are going backwards. I just think that it's fascinating, and we do have very, very different journeys when it does come to conception and stuff like that, and we're not all blessed with a lot of options. So maybe that's just how it was. I think that it's sort of adding to that narrative of sometimes how hard it is for somebody to actually have success when it does come to reproduction, and just how special that one that does make it really can be. So consider that gold D.
Okay, team, so let's rescore. Okay, 89, silver distinction, 89, silver distinction. Because it's on 89, we need a review. It's going to be either from the judges 89 or 90 once the system does its thing. You might be able to put it in already. Okay, 89, silver distinction. Okay. Alrighty, thank you, judges. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And we're going to have to review this anyway, so do you want to... Okay, Emma's going to challenge it and speak to it.
Right. This image I really enjoyed when I got up there. I could see it's sort of got a family tree element to it, and the colours and the birds, the life in it. It's obviously a different presentation with the reflection, but I enjoyed that, and it's even from further back, it's quite graphic and intriguing, and it's handled really well. And I put it at 84, and I think it deserves to be in the silver range.
Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 71, and I'm probably not there in terms of the narrative that you're seeing in this. I do find that it is quite a literal scene that has been turned on its side, and it's not sort of adding any more to it. There's a bit of a fight between the background colour, the sky colour that is around it, and the content in the middle. Overall, it feels a little bit jarring in that finish.
Bruce?
Sorry, not a fan of these mics. I was on 82, I was in silver. I think it's well handled. I think I saw it as a tree house or a totem. You're looking up at like a really tall tree. I thought that was really clever. I think there is a bit of story there, even though it could feel, as you said, that it could feel very simple. But yeah, if you step back and you're a little kid looking up into the trees, this is maybe what you see in your imagination.
Okay, anything else to add? I think it's back to you, Emma.
Okay, so maybe I've got a bit of work to do, but I really enjoyed it for those jarring aspects of it. I saw it as the family tree, with those houses in it, and that is life, a little bit jarring, and the little birds offer it at the springs of life, and I really enjoyed that. Have another wee look and come up a wee bit.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. A lot of talking. 79, we're in a review, so judges, you know what to do. We want 79 or 80, please. I'm not sure if it just... Okay, 79, bronze award. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Yep, Catherine?
Yeah, I gave this 88. I just think these blooms are just glorious. That front one facing forward feels like it's looking to the audience, but it's just a little bit shy. But the light that skims across it, it makes it really stand out. And then the red one at the top, just it's the supporting act. These are just such heroes in this, and then just beautifully contained, beautifully framed. Everything is just so crisp and detailed, and then that sort of smoky mistiness coming through, just caressing around them. The sort of the mutedness off to the sides, and the way this has been framed. I feel this is an innovative presentation for a floral piece.
Tania.
Okay, I scored the 74. My eye was drawn to the leading flower, the white flower, and then I felt just there was some distraction with you called the support act, the top red flower, and just a little bit distracted by the smoke in the bottom, like that one, and the top of the frame, that it was so sharp. I just felt that it just needed further cohesion, but I can see that we're looking at the same image and seeing totally the opposite.
Rachel, you're near the average.
I scored this 82. I'm happy to join you, Catherine. I find that the smokiness and the delicacy is really, really lovely. It's sort of like the flowers, the arrangement itself are fighting to get out of the box they've been put in. They've got this whole other life of their own, and as well as all that beautiful detail that's coming through. So happy to come up.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Yeah, the dark base throughout this, the darkness could almost float these, but it doesn't. It grounds them. It gives them a frame and a sense of place, but without that frame overbearing the image. I just think that it's it's creative, but it also has almost an enduring sense in this, which I'm really loving.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 82, silver award. All right, and can we just have a blank screen for a moment? And we are going to give Catherine a break. And Charlotte, you can come in. Thank you. Okay, everybody logged in, ready to go. Okay, can we have next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is professional standard. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please?
I'm not sure what technique you're using here. I have a suspicion it's maybe like a pinhole and solar, like long exposures, which is really hard to get focus in that because of the analog nature of it. I encourage you to keep exploring and trying different things and trying different ways of looking at how to give us more dynamics within the frame, because at the moment it's very like bottom and top heavy and there's not much in the middle. So that could be depending on the technique you're using, but keep experimenting. I think you've got something that's happening here and it's really interesting.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments, Bruce. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. Yep, Bruce would like to challenge that.
I'm an 87, silver with distinction. I think the simplicity of this is really outstanding. That fence is sharp all the way through. The story of this little bird sitting right at the apex of this hill, just looking out to nothing. Where's the next bit of food coming from? I love the way the sky's treated, because snow is something that is very hard to make, to photograph, because it's moving, it's fleeting, and everything. But the way they've put this texture in to give us that narrative that it's not just a blank sky, which is something we might normally see in an image like this, like that white sky, but giving us that beautiful texture, which could feel like it dominates the rest of the frame, but I think it actually enhances the frame, and that little bird gives us the story of, especially the way it's looking to the right, that there is no lunch coming, even if it needs to turn to the left. So I think it's worthy of a silver distinction. So yeah, come up with me. It's perfectly done.
Rachel?
I thought you might be coming to me. I scored this 78, and I was probably a bit mean, so I'm happy to listen. I don't have any real negatives. I do have another little thought to add, which is that, the snow is always cleaner on the other side of the fence. So keep talking, guys. I'm listening.
Tanya or some? We got all the middle is very close. Yep, go, Charlotte.
Okay. I absolutely love the the colour palette of this. It's just so limited. It's just the way that sweeping line comes up to the centre and just lands on the bird, and it takes you straight to that little bird. But then I start sort of wandering around the rest of the image, looking for meaning. And there are some good stories in here, I think. The main thing that bothered me with this, and why I scored 84, was I just felt that the division between the top and the bottom of the image was too cut in half. That centre horizon line just feels smack bang through the centre. And I just wonder how it would feel if the composition was maybe if the crop was brought down from the top a little bit more, or we could see a little bit of more of the bottom to give it more of a dynamic feel that would then match in with that lovely sweeping line through the middle.
Okay, looks like it's back to you, Bruce. Yep.
Thanks for the comments and everything and support. I think the height is perfect for the sky, because we have a creature that lives in that space normally, but it's grounded at the minute. So it has all that area to go to, but it's not there. It's part of its world, but it's not exploring that for whatever reason. I do like the snow is, or the grass is green on the other side of the fence. But actually, the colour palette's really interesting, and you point that out. It isn't monochrome. That is in colour. So that's really clever. So well done to the photographer for making such a limited palette actually sing. I think it works really, really well. Yeah, so I'm on 87. I'm silver distinction. So I think we should try and give our fellow photographer a nice gong.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. '85, silver distinction. Okay, thank you very much for that, judges. Okay, and are we going to do that now? Yep. Okay, just blank screen for a moment. We're just going to do a quick judge change. Tanya, you can take a break. And Shah, come on in. Okay, and if we can have the next print, please. Yeah, can you just jump in for a moment? Yeah. Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. And yes, Rachel, you can challenge this.
I scored this 88, silver distinction. I'm really enjoying the part plus part equals whole, and also the clever construct. The background has figures on it, which could be some sort of alien language or writing or something. And then when you go through to the final image, the two parts of a plant, a natural element, are sort of held together by a screw head, which is a man-made element. And so it's almost like a robotic or an android sort of feel about it. It's something maybe trying to remake itself, or I don't know. I find it quite intriguing. I haven't really seen anything quite like that before, and I think it's been really nicely put together. So if you could bring it up into silver distinction, it'd be great.
Charlotte, you're at the other end of things.
All right, I was kind of hoping that someone might challenge this so I could sort of understand what was happening here. I was at 77. I guess I sort of missed the story. I do understand that it's two single parts making a whole, but then there's a tiny little circle right between the joint of those two parts in that third one, and I didn't quite get that that's like a mechanical sort of connection between the two, which is actually quite interesting. I also didn't notice that there was almost looks like there's symbols like carved into the background, and I'm not sure if that's something that's natural and it happens to look like a man-made symbol, or if it's something that's significant and can be woven into that story. So that's definitely interesting to think about. So yeah, you've given me a lot to think about, so thanks for that.
Bruce, a thought from the middle, maybe?
Yeah, I struggled with the story, so the 1 + 1 = 2 was actually helpful, and I saw the screw and I thought it was interesting. I was more edging on the right hand side of interesting frames. I was trying to work out how the others fit together, but thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Okay, any other thoughts? Looks like it's back to you, Rachel.
It sounds like we've got a nice silver distinction, guys. Come and join me.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. '84 silver award. Good discussion anyway. Thank you for all that. Okay. So okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please?
Sure.
Bruce is jumping up.
I think this is a great exploration of like a space that you probably know very well. of like the water break, the man-made system that has been put there, and the waves and the weather and everything like that. I think the thing which is I personally find a little hard is the toning between like the rocks and then all the other elements that don't sit cohesively together to give us a nice cohesive story. They feel a bit disparate, even if I can find the story after a bit.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Bruce, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got 85, silver distinction. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Shah, go.
Congratulations, silver with distinction. That's a fantastic achievement. A beautiful, beautifully presented image here. I love the choice of paper. It's got that beautiful waxy feel to it. It gives the image a softness and a simplicity in the midst of a location that's obviously quite chaotic at times. The turquoise colour of the building in the background just is beautifully positioned and just sets the image off and gives it an extra dimension. So congratulations.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Shah. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 80, which is a silver award. And yes, Rachel, go.
I scored this 88, silver with distinction. I think I love the vibrancy and the use of depth of field. I really love that the words that are in there are everything, because for what we do, the light is everything, and it's brought to us by light in all the colours of the rainbow. And I find it very unique and really beautifully done. So silver with distinction.
Shah, you're at the other end.
It wasn't until I sat down that I was thinking about what it was I was actually looking at, and it wasn't until I sat down and looked again and it became evident that there's a word there which I didn't actually see close up. So my apologies for that, which is reflected in my score. I'll definitely be revising that, because I'd seen that to begin with, my initial score would have been different. The way that this has been presented is quite unique, as Rachel has said, and the rainbow of colours is quite superb, and it's consistent all the way through, which I think is a great strength for the image. So yeah, I'll be coming up. Thank you.
Charlotte, would you like to say something?
I was up there already on 86 with a silver distinction. This image is just so joyful. The rainbow, it gives you such a feeling of like there's a party. I'm not much of a party person, but this makes me want to go to a party. There's just so much happening. Technically, I think it's also fantastic. I mean, just to get that kind of effect, and just even just the quality of the bokeh as it squishes towards the edges, you can tell it's all being sort of captured in one frame. And I think it has tones of inclusivity. It maybe speaks to, mental health issues. People have really down depressive episodes, and then they have episodes where they're maybe a little bit manic and they're a bit everything. So I think this actually, while being a visually beautiful image, it also could be imbued with all sorts of meaning that I think is really interesting.
Okay, thank you for that. Rachel, I think it's back to you.
Thanks, Charlotte. I don't think that I can really strengthen that. I think that's you've brought everything to it for me. Thank you. Silver distinction, everyone, please.
Okay, let's rescore. $87, silver distinction. Okay, I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that upgrade. So, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Would somebody like to say something for the photographer? Emma? Yeah?
Well done to the photographer. This is a beautiful image. Right from when it first turned around, the colours really stand out. And when you go up there, the tree leaves are just beautiful. You can feel them. And then the grass is just really soft underneath, and it's just really well handled. I probably haven't got anything for improvement if anyone's got anything to say, other than it's just beautifully handled. Well done.
Any other thoughts from anybody? Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you for that. And next print, please. Okay, got a current score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Not bad in itself, but we've got 2 people on the same score that can challenge for it. You're both on the same. Who wants to go? Shah, you're going to do it, are you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I won paper, scissors, rock, so it's me.
Okay.
This is brilliant. I can really identify with that fish because I feel like that most mornings when I wake up. The circular crop is splendid. There's no other way that this should have been presented other than what we're seeing. What intrigues me is the bubbles on the side and how they have detail in them, and I'm not quite sure what they are, whether there's something that's in the water, whether it's something that's been added. I don't really care, but what it is given the image is something quite unique and quite spectacular. It has quite a yin and yang feel too. The fish is incredibly bright, and the detail in the I'll call them bubbles on the side is quite soft and serene. So it has a real yin and yang feel, which I think really works, and it's an incredible piece of art. It's beautifully printed. It's beautifully handled, and that would be something that I would put on my wall. Well done, 92.
Bruce, thoughts from the other end of the range?
I was on the other end of the range. I really enjoyed the character of the fish. I think they are awesome. But the thing that brought me down, I was sitting at 78, and I was quite harsh, I suppose, definitely, there's so much loss of detail in that fish. Like, there's blowouts from the top of his skull through the back. And I don't need it to be all there, but I just find it really distracting that there is no detail in a lot of spots, especially into the tail. And we know that there is so much character in this little guy, girl, they, thing, that I really wanted that to be handled better. I don't think I'm at gold. I'll definitely come up into the silver range somewhere. I do enjoy the juxtaposition of the other elements. I think it needs it to be there to give it more life. But yeah, at the moment, the treatment of the fish is the thing that is keeping me down.
Okay, we'll start with Charlotte and then we'll go to, yeah.
This one made me laugh. As soon as I went up there and had a bit of a look, I was at 83. I think I probably underscored it. It's just, there's a lot of comedy in this little character. And I think that is accentuated because, I mean, it's underwater. It feels like it's behind water, and water distorts things and it makes it go all wibbly wobbly, and it makes you lose detail. And it feels very true to what happens when you're underwater and you're swimming and you open your eyes and everything's just a little bit indistinct and wobbly. What actually held me back from going any higher initially is that area on the right-hand side that you would expect to see bubbles there, but they don't look like bubbles, and I'm wondering what exactly that is. It just bothers me a little bit. So I'd love to hear if anyone's got some insight into that part of the image.
Okay, Rachel.
I hope I can help. So totally agree. I think that this ghost fish or albino carp is under the water, and I feel like it's potentially at night, and he's very scared, hence the expression, of the fireworks that are reflected in the surface of the water. And I just think that this is what I'm getting. I'm making assumptions, but if that's what it is, the conditions with which to shoot it in would account for some of the highlights being blown out because of those reflections on the surface of the water, would account for the grain of the fish and the solidness of the black in the water. But I find it really beautifully balanced, and I feel like that sort of look or expression that I've interpreted as fear on the fish's face is actually is them worried about some of those sparks from the fireworks landing in his safe little world, so he's keeping well under it to stay safe. So yeah, I've put it in at 92 in gold, and I think I can go higher.
Okay, Shah, I think it's back to you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, judges. Fireworks didn't even occur to me, but that is absolutely makes this image even more special. To have them replicating what we would expect to see in a scene like this with bubbles. I mean, it's absolute. I've never seen anything like it. It's just absolutely floored me. Bruce, just about your comment about the highlights and the fish. I think if the fish was more evenly lit and had a darkness to it, it wouldn't separate so much from the background. And I think the authenticity and the uniqueness and the quirkiness of the fish would be lost. I think that we've got something really unique here, and we've got the opportunity to reward the photographer for creating something truly creative. So yeah, come on up, you know what to do.
Okay, let's rescore. $90, Gold Award. Okay, good work. Okay, take a little breather. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver currently, but Shah, you have got an auto challenge.
I scored this 92. When I stood up, I took a deep breath because I could feel the coldness and the stillness of this landscape. The tonality of it is so beautiful. It's so soft and warm, yet the environment has such a cold feeling, and normally those kind of things would conflict, but in here they don't. The trees that you see in the foreground are beautiful and straight, but there's one little one on the end that's just quirking off onto an angle, which just gives it just a little tiny element of something that we know in nature. Nothing is perfect. The softness of the hills and the way that it's blended through to the sky just gives it a lovely serene, soft feel. I think there might even be a little animal on the top of one of those ridges there, just quietly tucked in there as a little Easter egg. The horizon, the foreground is beautifully straight. There's enough lightness in that area around the trees for it not to be distracting. Every element has its space to breathe, and it's beautifully balanced. So I encourage you to have another look, judges. 92.
Bruce, a comment from the other end of the scale?
We're just always on the opposite. But that's good. It means we get to have a chat. I think when I looked at this, when I first walked up to it, I found the focal plane, and it was just the way I was looking at it, really odd, because the bottom of it's quite blurry, and then you get these bits of sharpness through it. And I know the fog is probably a good cause for some of that. And then I was just trying to find what to look at, and I will come up because now you've pointed out those little elements, and I've gone back up and have a look, and I think that's really good. The actual colour was the thing that also put me off a little bit. It just felt, it is a monotone, like almost sepia-like feeling, but it didn't give me warmth, it didn't give me cold, it sort of set me neutral. So I'm listening, definitely going to come up, but I'm not sure to where yet.
Okay, Rachel, thoughts from the middle?
Yeah, I scored this 81. I'm happy to come up. I'm not too sure how high I'll come. I'm really, really loving the simplicity of the image and the delicate detail that are coming in through the line of trees and stuff like that. What's holding me back is the gradation of tone coming down from the sky onto that hilltop, and it feels like it's potentially airbrushed or something. There's some sort of technique that's being used there, and on that sort of left-hand third line on the top ridge, there's something there that doesn't sort of fit as nicely when I get up close to it, and so I lose the flow. And then I start to think about the process, and the thought about the process takes me away from the delicacy, the delicate nature of the scene itself. So that's what I'm struggling with.
Okay, it looks like it's back to you, Shah.
Yeah, thank you, judges. I think sometimes we don't see many sepia type images. Like they're either colour or they're black and white. Had this been in colour, I think it would have been harsh and jarring. The whites of the fog perhaps would have been competing and dominating. The fact that they have printed this monochromatically is its strength. It gives it that sereneness, it gives it that coolness. And I can just feel what it would be like stepping out into that environment on that particular day. Rachel, your comment about the gradation at the top, because it is heavily weighted at the top, I think if there was more separation there, it would take away from the focal point, which I feel is that line of trees and that beautiful straight line of fog in the bottom. I think it would have upset that flow and that balance for me. So yeah, judges, 92.
Okay, judges, please rescore. You've brought it up to 85, silver distinction. Okay, thank you for that, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 84, which is a silver award. Shah, yep, you want to challenge this?
I scored this 87, silver with distinction. I think the word is cacophony of colour. Like it's crazy. It's vibrant. Who would have thought to put all these things together? I would do that and it would look like a hot mess. The photographer has done this and it looks absolutely stunning. Everything is well balanced. The little white flowers at the top are almost like funky glasses that Elton John would wear, and I can see like these little eyes looking at me. So there is a little element of humour in here, but it's beautifully put together. It's sympathetically matted, and the shape is just accentuates the almost squareness of the arrangement, which you would perhaps not tend to do in floral art. So the photographer has been very brave in the presentation and the way that this image is put together. So I encourage you to have another look, judges. I scored it 87.
Okay, Charlotte, you're at the other end, which isn't actually that far away.
Yep. So I was at 82. Yeah, I was trying to find the words myself to describe this. It's just a profusion of colour. So I really applaud the use of colour in this. It's funny because there's so many different colours in there, and yet it's still so harmonious. What sort of held me back a little bit was the smoke effect. And I like the smoke effect, but I feel like it hasn't been lent into enough with this. There's a bit of smoke hanging around in the background, mostly on the left-hand side, and then there's a little strip kind of just at the bottom. And I feel either not have it there at all, or just like really lean into it and sort of have that smoke wreathing around the bottom, which would really sort of soften the bottom part of the image and keep you up where all the beautiful blooms are towards the top of that archway. So that was the main thing that was holding me back, but I'm definitely listening.
Thought from the middle, Emma? Yeah.
I had this on 86 and I enjoyed it for all those reasons I actually put down. It was a colour burst. It's beautiful and beautifully printed, and you get up there and there's so much to look at. What was holding me back from going higher was that, as you said, that smoke that sort of softens the bottom, but then on the left-hand side there's a really sharp bit of the table or the ledge, and it really breaks up this soft, beautiful feel that you're enjoying when you're up there. But I'm still in silver distinction. It's a stunning image.
Okay, Shah, I think it's back to you.
Well, I haven't heard anything that's terribly worthy of not putting this into silver with distinction. My question, to answer your question about the smoke, smoke is not linear. It's not in a definitive pattern. It's random, and it floats around all over the place. So I think if it was even and balanced, it would give the image a bit of contrivedness, which I don't see here. The flowers are put together in a haphazard way, and it really works. I think if the smoke was even on either side, it would compete with the fact that everything else is so thrown together, if you like. So you're on the money here, guys. You're not far off. So let's reward the photographer with a silver with distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. 86, silver with distinction. Okay, good conversations. And we are going to just take a small blank screen for a moment. And okay, yeah, Bruce, take a break and we'll bring in Craig. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Just so you know, we're about 2/3 of the way through the prints. Okay, we've got a score of 84, which is a silver award. Yep. Shah, you want to jump in and challenge this?
Yes, I do. I do. Both feet. I'd like the judges to actually jump up and have another look at this image. What it's been printed on is absolutely beautiful. And if you look inside that piece of tree in the middle, and if you look right dead in the centre, there's a face inside there. And that's, for me, what has pushed it into the silver distinction. You might have to walk around and have a look and maybe squint with one of your eyes, but you can actually, for me, I can actually see a face in that central piece. And that, for me, just gave the image a whole different life, a whole different feel. The middle section is dark, and I actually love that because the softness and the warmth of the tones around it are really supportive. And whoever is trapped in that structure in the middle, I would really love that they would be able to come forward. But it's beautiful. It's been well put together. It's been well thought out and beautifully presented. So I scored it 88.
Craig?
Thanks for getting us to go up again, Shah, to look at this. I scored at 81, and I will definitely come up to silver with distinction. I immediately saw the face and the little figure in there, and he's like a little wisp in the tree there. But what I didn't notice is that I think there's that soft texture is actually encaustic. I think there's a layer of wax on the top that's given it that softness, and I think that extra level of depth and softness and creativity definitely deserves to be rewarded with that silver distinction level. So yeah, I'll be coming up with you.
Rachel?
I scored this 86, so I'm already in silver distinction. But I didn't see the face, and so that's what I'm going to pitch at you, is maybe we do need to reconsider and go a little bit higher. So I saw the encaustic treatment as giving it a feeling of maybe being a reflection or underwater, and perhaps this is the Lady of the Lake, and she is wanting to break free of that prison. I feel like if I had seen the face, I would have gone into gold straight away. So if you can't bring yourself to come into silver distinction, then jump up into gold, because I think that's where I'm heading.
Do you have anything else to add, Charlotte? Just quickly.
I was at 84. I've got something completely different to add, and I did not see the face initially, only when it was mentioned. To me, this looks like a giant striding through the forest, and those are legs. And then that's a long tail of like a long coat coming out the back of the side. And it just gave me this really ethereal, mystical kind of feel to it. I think I definitely underscored it. And even though others have had a completely different interpretation of it, I love that about it, that it's open to such interpretations. So I'm coming up.
Okay, Shah, back to you.
Thank you, judges. This is the beauty of print judging and why we have a panel of 5, because you get such a different interpretation of the work that's been presented to us. Charlotte, you've just added a whole different dimension to this image, something that I hadn't seen either. And Rachel, your analogy of the Lady of the Lake is just superb. So I think we can do better than 88. Unfortunately, I can't move my score, but you judges definitely can. So let's see if we can get it into gold.
Okay, judges, rescore, please. $90, gold award. The photographer will be very happy with your challenge there. Okay, nice, great, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Shah, you've got a
No, I was a
challenge there.
wee bit more generous than you guys. I scored at 87. I have no clue what I'm looking at, but I am fascinated. It almost looks like coffee grounds about to go down a sink, but I don't think it's that.
Whoa.
The colours are ripe and cherry and quite compelling. The dark areas balance it out beautifully. The square crop is totally appropriate, and it gives the image a really equal balance. It's an art piece. I don't know if you can, can't read a story into it. I don't think it needs that. But it's really interesting, really creative. And congratulations to the photographer for giving us something so thought-provoking. So I'm on 87.
Stand by. We just had a small technical, something's going on. Just trying to rectify it before I call honours. Yep, no, we're good. Looks like Rachel, you're at the other end of things.
Yep, I was waiting for that. I really, really wanted to be up there with you, Shah. And I got up there, and because it's so soft and delicate in all of the areas of detail, that bright fuchsia pink line that comes through from the sort of left right through that top right third line through the frame, it's oversaturated and it's really blocking up for me. And because there's nothing that's really holding me into those subtle grainy areas that's sharp, I just, the first thing my eye goes to is that really, really hot block of pink, and then I'm out of the frame and I'm lost. So I'm listening. Talk me up.
Okay, sorry, still trying to half deal with this issue. Charlotte, go.
I'm sitting at 84. I just wanted to offer a little bit of insight, maybe. I looked at this and I immediately thought tattoo. Like it's a close-up of what happens during a tattoo. There's all those little needly pin kind of pricks and the blood and the pain and all that comes along with torturing yourself in the name of art. So that's what I felt. And I just thought I better share that because I think it's a very raw emotion that it sort of stirred up. So I'll leave that with you.
Okay, looks like we're back to you, Shah.
Charlotte, that's absolutely sublime. Torturing in the name of art. I'm going to use that a lot. Probably in the wedding category tomorrow. But that's brilliant. Thank you so much for your comment about that, because I was struggling a little bit as to what those black dots actually were, but you were absolutely bang on. And I think, Rachel, the idea of that black line, I can see how it does compete, and it does make your eye, for you, not rest. But I find that explosion of colour is now amplified even more by the concept of pain. And now it makes even more sense than what it did before. So I can't move my score. So, Charlotte, it's up to you. Torturing in the name of art. Write that down, get it on a t-shirt. That's absolutely brilliant.
Okay, let's see if you can put these scores in. If you can't, I'm going to have to try a couple of things. Awesome. Okay, 85, silver distinction. Alrighty. Thank you for that, judges. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, full silver distinction. Okay, can we get a comment for the photographer, Emma? Yeah?
Yeah, this is a really striking image, and I'm loving the teardrop shape that's replicated in the smaller building underneath. You've done a fantastic job. My only thought for any improvement is in the darker shadowy. There's some grills or some you're seeing more detail of little bits of the structure that perhaps we don't need to see, and they could be removed. But other than that, it's striking. Well done.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we just have a blank screen? We're just going to change a couple of judges. Okay, so Shah, you can take a break. And Catherine, can you come in, please? And Emma, you can take a break. And Tania, are you about? If you can come in, please. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer along the line there? Craig, you're new. Why not?
Congratulations. I really like the colour piece at the bottom. It feels kind of quite serpentine in texture and colour as well. I thought that was quite nice. It looks to me like some of those textures have got repeating areas, so it's the same texture used multiple times, and that just kind of catches my eye. So maybe just kind of cloning a little bit and changing those up so we don't focus on the actual repetition in the texture, and we can look at the actual shapes as a piece I think would help elevate it.
Okay, thanks for that, Craig. And can we have the next print, please?
Okay, we have an initial score of 89, silver distinction, so we're going to have to talk about it anyway. So, Craig, you want to have a talk? Just say your score.
I do want to talk. I want to talk 97. This is phenomenal. The insects have been captured beautifully. The I think cicada probably in the middle is this demonic, mythical, mystery creature in its circle of protection to save the world from destruction, and its little minions have come in and broken the circle and broken the spell that's keeping it there, and now it's free to roam the world. I think there's a really cool narrative in here. It's presented beautifully and I love it.
Cool. Rachel, can we hear from you?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm going to do a lot of listening and not so much talking. I'm on 82. There's a couple of little things that bothered me. One is the wing on the cicada on the bottom left, closest to the thorax, the abdomen, is quite blown, and I know that the white background forgives that a lot, but there's a sort of burntness to it that I'm struggling with because it does distract me. And the other part was the ants that are coming in. I think it's a repetition of the same ant rather than several different ones. And I think if there was something that was just a little bit more unique, even about one of them, I would bring it in more. I like the way that the circles make me think about the fact that they're going through a maze to get to the reward in the centre, which, ants love eating dead insects, so that's a feast for them. So yeah, I'm going to listen now and see what you guys have got to say.
Charlotte?
I'm on 87 with this one. I really enjoyed it. It's got this really sort of scientific kind of study feeling about it, and yet there's this lovely element of humour as well. We all know what it's like when ants invade, and they find the smallest crack to get in, and they find like a little gap under the door or something like that, and the next thing you're invaded by ants and they're taking over and they're really causing a bit of a problem. And I feel like that's what happened here. You've got this perfect, beautiful creature, and there's just a little bit of a gap in the armour and that little protective field around there. And the ants have seen it and they're coming in and they're going to wreck everything. What was holding me back on going into gold was I did notice the same thing, as in the ants had just repeated the same ant, which gives a bit of a static feel. And I really feel like in order to support that movement coming in from the bottom, they need to be in different positions. They need to be on the march. but yeah, I'm definitely thinking about coming up.
Catherine, you want to? Yep.
Yeah, I was on 92 with this, and the one of the elements that really appeals to me is the almost like stained glass feel to the cicada, and those wings, they are like stained glass, you know, and their translucency is beautifully presented in this, and then there's this graphic quality to that, and then that stained glass feels like it's up high, and then there's these little ants sneaking in there and overtaking, and that's almost like the cicada is like the overarching figure in this, but those bloody ants, they get in everywhere, and I just think it's really, really successful and really contemporary piece, and I applaud the presentation and immaculately done. I'm not seeing the same problems technically that you're seeing. I see technical precision. And, you know, that cicada, that is jumping out. I just see perfection in that, and it's beautiful.
Cool. So back to Craig.
Thanks for that, Catherine. I'm not seeing the issues either. I do think it looks pretty perfect to me. Charlotte, those ants are marching. We all know how perfectly in alignment soldiers march. So, of course, they look the same. Why wouldn't they? They're in harmony with each other. I think that we've said lots of stained glass, of the ants invading, of the kind of mythical thing that I'm seeing. So we've all had lots of different interpretations to this. So we can tick off the creativity kind of box here and just look at how it's printed and presented and how intricate everything is and how immaculately that's all been done. Yeah, I think that's all I've said in my notes. So I think we can get this at least into gold, but I would love you to come up into the distinction with me. It's so unique.
Judges, please rescore. There's one more there. Who's not? Craig. Oh, Craig. Sorry. I was trying to work out what's. Okay. So that's the final score. Yeah. So final score of 92, gold. Well done.
Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer that's not chewing on a lolly? Go. Okay, go.
Congratulations. I think this is a really lovely kind of cascade of these big white flowers, and I love all the texture and everything around them. With it being so textured already, I think that if you have a look at your paper choice maybe and choose something that's not quite so textured, so you don't have texture on texture on texture, that would really help to elevate the final presentation.
Great. Thank you for those comments, Craig. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, can I have a comment from somebody on the floor? Tanya?
Yeah, I scored this 78. Yeah, congratulations for the to the entrant. I think just a bit more of the image. There was a bit more in the foreground of the image, and because it's quite tight down the bottom where. Yeah, and then and just the technique. Sometimes the technique can, either add or take away from the image. So yeah, just to look at that technique and just some of the highlights around the tree, the central tree. Yeah, it's a bit distracting.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently got a score of 91, gold award. However, we have a challenge, and yep, Catherine, you're at the top.
Sweet. I gave this 96. This guy's like the ultimate overthinker that his brain's exploded and he's got smoke coming out of his head. And he is so sad. His brain is exploding from all his thoughts that he cannot control. And I get a deep sense of sadness from this. All combined with this amazing structure of shapes, the cone of his body, and then the cone and the downward triangle that comes from his beard, and all those angular shapes that come in. And then there's this, the smoke that almost creates a wig. He's worn too many hats, and this one has blown a fuse. The handling of all of the detail in there, there's the minutest amount of details in those blacks, just enough. The paper choice adds to the sort of overall melancholic feel of this. and it will stay with me. Gold distinction.
No. Craig. Yep.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm on 86, so that's not really that low. I saw all of those things too, Catherine. And I've probably underscored this, I think, when I take another look at the printing and the amount of detail, and that there is that kind of slight hint of texture and stuff in those blacks as well. I think that it's done really well, and I will be raising my score. I'm not sure if I'm at distinction level yet. Well, I'd love to hear some more about what you guys all think, but I'm definitely coming up into gold somewhere.
Rachel might have something to help you with.
I scored this 92. I'm happy to come up into the distinction range. The overarching sense of melancholy was what hit me right at the start. I didn't get the exploding brain syndrome, but I did. It did make me think about the brain fog, which could be some sort of a long-term illness relating to long COVID or menopause or something like that. I'm not too sure, but that was it was a very powerful emotion right at the start. The skill of the actual portrait itself is stunning. The detail and the pause on his face, and that hugely powerful expression and very, very subtle pose of the body, which actually adds to that feeling of being diminished or small, the side-on pose and stuff. So I overall found it, hugely powerful, and I'm happy to come up into gold with distinction with you.
Tanya? Yep.
Yeah, I scored this 93, totally with you, Catherine. I feel like this will be an image that will really, as you said, it has an enduring quality that really will be etched in our minds afterwards. It has a real sense of mana. He has a real sense of mana, the way the photographer has so masterfully created this image. And even in the with the wig or the smoke, the little lines that draw you in through there's just everything is absolutely exquisite. So yeah, I'm definitely with you. Gold distinction. But yeah, I feel like this really hits in a real quiet and gentle way, but so masterful.
Okay. Nothing else to add? Back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you for your support. Yeah, it's a striking balance between something that is very innovative and also very enduring. And, your description that this man has mana, you can really feel that there's mana through dealing with some mental issues of some description that we can identify with in many different ways, depending on how you see this. This is masterfully finished, and it will absolutely stay with me. So I'm hoping gold distinction.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 97, gold distinction. Nice conversation, people. Rightio, let's take a small breath. And next print, please. Okay, currently got a score of 88, silver distinction. Craig's already throwing his hand up.
I finished my lolly. 96. This is an explosion of these floral purples and greens. How long do you think it has taken this proud houseplant owner to cultivate that? And how long do you think it's going to take after this was created for it to have all been destroyed? I would imagine just a couple of seconds. I think this is unique, it's creative, it's crafted beautifully, it's lit fantastically, it's presented very well. This is gold distinction. That's all, folks.
Catherine?
I love how this matches your hair, Craig. But I guess we were all thinking that. I gave it 84, and I agree with what you are saying about the content of this image. The piece that I was struggling with was the cat's tail. The quality of the cat's tail, there's some sort of fogging or bleeding out on the left side of the tail. That was a pain point for me. The parts that I'm loving the circular shapes. I think they're really successful. The arcing through the mat, the circular bowl, the circular mouse's bum, and the curve of the tail and the curve of the stool. So I appreciate that. I can definitely come up from where I am at the moment, but I'm not in the gold with distinction range because of the cat's tail.
Okay, Rachel?
I'm at 88, and I'm happy to come up. I'm deciding how high, but I can come up into gold, Craig. One thing I'd like to add is that along with this sort of comic, humorous quality that does make us think of Looney Tunes and all that sort of thing, the way that the entrant has shaped the mat to be like what we see as a cartoon mouse hole, making it a window into that world is a really nice touch too. So happy to listen to the rest.
Any other thoughts? Okay, looks like it's back to you, Craig.
Thanks, Rachel. I love the mouse hole analogy. That's definitely brought an extra dimension to it for me, and makes me enjoy it even more. The tail, I don't really see the bleeding. I see that that's where the fur is kind of cutting in a little bit, and I think that's perfectly natural. And when I went back for a second look to check for that bleeding, I was really enamoured by how both those tails have got curves, which I hadn't really thought about before. So that also added more to it for me, Catherine, so thanks for pointing it out. I'm on 96. Where are we at now? We've got a bit of a way to go to get there. I would love to, but at least a gold, please, guys. Come on.
Okay, let's rejudge. Craig? One job. Okay, well done. 92, gold award. Okay. Okay, so can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Sorry? You are allowed to challenge it. It's up to you if you do.
I am. I will.
Okay.
I think we can just sneak this up a few more points. I'm on 83, and I guess I'm rewarding it because of the movement. When I moved around this print, it moved with me. I don't know what they are, but it feels really organic, and that organic movement with me is something that I thought was pretty cool, and I'd love to just get it over into the silvers.
Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 72 with this, and I feel like the main feature of this that is giving it life is the paper choice, and I'm looking for life beyond the paper choice. Even the 3-panel look of this, I'm not seeing a particular reason for the 3 panels, and I find the panel on the right is the strongest. In the centerpiece, that white piece up the top, that's actually the main element that my eye just keeps going back to. So I've held it back for those reasons.
Okay, 1 point spread amongst the other 3 of you. Anything extra to add? No? Okay. Looks like it's back to you quickly, Craig.
Okay, so I think just to address the paper choice thing, it is the paper choice, but it is backed up by that organic feeling as well. And, you know, we're judging a print. The paper choice is definitely coming into how we're scoring here. So I think that it's definitely worth rewarding for that level of creativity that they've seen, and they understand the print media and have put together these images and this paper to create something quite interesting that seems to have a life of its own.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, 78, bronze award. Plenty of feedback for the photographer. Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Okay,
I'm at 82, and I find this so restful and peaceful, and I feel like, you know, this is something that I could feel at ease with if I was closing my eyes and meditating, and you see colours and shapes, and I feel like that's what this is translated onto the page. I really enjoy the brushwork that we've got on here as well. That just kind of adds that fogginess to it, and yeah, I think it's a really enjoyable image.
Okay, at the other end of things, Tanya.
You're not far away.
Oh, yeah, I was on 74. Although there's an intrigue into, you know, everything's being subdued with the layer on top, I feel that I need somewhere to rest my eye, and when I do that, it's in that brightest area of the yellow flower, and it just doesn't quite hold my, it's not quite resolved enough for me, hence why I kept it at 74.
Rachel?
Scored this 78, so bang in the average there. I'm happy to come up with you, Craig, and Tanya, maybe to address what you were saying there. I find that the way that the softness of the floral arrangement in the background is actually melting into the encaustic treatment on the surface actually really adds to that sort of the reasoning for the way that it's been done like that as quite a subtle artwork, not necessarily just about the technique, but about the way that the background elements are sort of melting into the final treatment. So yeah, happy to join you, Craig.
Just quickly, Charlotte.
Super quickly, sorry. 76 I'm on, and the longer, because I've had a little while to sit here and absorb it now, it feels like we're looking through a dirty window at a beautiful floral arrangement. And we just can't quite make out the beauty of it. We can't quite appreciate as much as it's designed to be appreciated. And I think there's a bit of a conflict there that's at odds with the peaceful feeling of it. And it's just made it a little bit more interesting for me. So I thought I'd share that.
Okay, thank you. Craig, back to you.
Okay, so I think we have to look at this as an abstraction. Yes, it's flowers, but it's so abstract that we have to think in an abstract way. I find it just really introspective, and I feel, that's kind of the way that our thoughts kind of flow in our mind's eye. So I'd love to see a few more points for this at Silver Range, please.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, you've done it. 82, silver award. Okay, thank you very much for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Charlotte, yep.
All right, I better challenge this one, I think. So I'm sitting on 84, actually. And what I really loved about this is that I think it's the super shallow depth of field. So we've got something coming down with lots of flowers on it. The flowers at the back are very out of focus. The flowers in front are really super sharp. And then you've got the stem of those is also out of focus. And it almost makes it look like there's little insects hanging off the stem or just something else going on that stem there that's really interesting. And I just haven't seen anything like that before. And the panoramic vertical crop really accentuates that feeling of height as well, which I think works really well with it. So yeah, I think if we could maybe come up a little bit more would be awesome.
Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 72. I feel that the flowers, which to me look like floral fairy lights, they feel like they're at odds with the dark background in this. There's a real fight with that. And the depth of field usage here, for me, I'm finding those ones are super sharp, and then there are parts of those flowers that are half sharp and half soft, and then there are some which are almost completely out of focus at the back. So I just feel like it's not all coming together quite successfully. I applaud the idea, and I agree with you, the vertical crop is working really well.
Okay, the middle is fairly tightly clumped together. A thought from the middle? Tanya? Yep, go.
Yeah, I just think I scored a 74, similar reasons as Catherine. I feel like if the gap between the flowers in the centre and the bottom, if that was a bit, if there's less gap and there's more space at the bottom, or it was higher, I think that would help. And I think just it's quite distracting, that really strong stem coming through the middle, where sometimes it looks thicker and thinner and sharper and softer. It's just and I think I agree with the black. It's quite doesn't add to it.
Okay, I think it's back to you, Charlotte.
Okay, I'm definitely out on my own with this one. But I'd just like to, I guess, leave you with the thought that it's something that's very different. I haven't seen it before. I kind of like the fact that it feels a bit disembodied. So usually when you see a floral arrangement, it's, beautifully arranged and everything's in focus and there's colour harmony, all this sort of stuff. And the awkwardness and weirdness of this just appeals to me in some way. So I hope you guys can maybe recognise that and just come up just a bit with me. Thanks.
Okay, let's re-score, please. Came up 1 to 76, bronze award. Okay. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently got a score of 89, which is a silver distinction. Not that bad, but Catherine?
Gee, wow. I gave it a 97. It's like a fishy feeding frenzy, and it's like a fish carnival, and there's like this just crazy frenetic energy in this that is everywhere. And it's like the magic of the underworld all in one. And then there's these, there's some duos of fish. So there's some pairing amongst them. Everything has its place. There's some that are coming out towards us. There's some pieces in here that don't make sense, like the tree at the background, but I don't care. It's like a carnival. And then the birds that are just laid in there to give some detail through the depths of the dark. This is like what happens at night while we sleep. There's a fish party. I'm visually feasting on this, and I'd love to see it come up higher.
Rachel?
Yeah, I scored this 81 in silver, so I'm quite off kilter there. I guess for me, I enjoy the frenzy, the phoneticness. I watch a lot of boil ups and birds fishing and stuff from my office, and so I'm loving all of that about it. And it was really the tree that I struggled with. So I think I'll just sit and listen to you explain all of that, and we'll see where this will go.
Craig first. Yep.
Yeah, I'm on 88. I will come up into gold with you. I love all of the energy of this, and I feel like for me it's kind of got a split in it. It's like above and below, trees and birds, but then it's like an aerial view as well, like it's kind of some weird, crazy double exposure kind of thing, and we've got the above and the below, and the energy, and those two silverfish swimming around each other, I think is a really nice touch. So yeah, I'm coming up to at least gold, possibly further.
Charlotte?
This, I totally agree. It just looks like a fish party to me. There's just so much going on here. And I question the inclusion of the birds because I'm not really quite sure of their role. And that's kind of what stopped me from going any higher. But I think maybe there's that some sort of predator-prey thing going on, that the birds are, hovering, waiting to dive in and maybe get the fish, and the fish are just partying and they don't care. And they're just doing their thing. Yeah, that's all I have to add, really.
Your score? Your score?
Oh, sorry, I was 92. I may go higher.
Okay. All right. Nothing else to add? Okay. Looks like it's back to you, Kath. Yeah, back to you, Catherine.
Where there are fish, there are birds. And often where there is water, there is trees. Perhaps we don't understand why we are looking at everything here, but it asks us a lot of questions. And visually, it dishes up a feast on a plate and a fish party, and it's innovative and exciting, and I hope we come to gold with distinction.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $95, gold with distinction. Okay, good conversations, people. Thank you very much for that. Now, can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to swap a couple of judges out. So, Rachel and Charlotte, you can have a break. And Jackie and Emma, can you come in, please? Where's Emma gone? Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 84, which is a silver award. Jackie, yep, you'd like to challenge that?
87. There's an emotional impact straight away. The minimalism is working really well with the space of the sky that fits in with just two small figures in the horizon line. Technique of the ICM sort of movements left and right, it makes me feel that technique is brought the photographic quality and that lifts it into that award standard as well. I think it's beautifully printed and well deserving of a distinction.
Craig, what are your thoughts?
I scored at 78. I've probably been a little bit mean, I think. I think the gradient of blues to the sandy colours is really beautiful. And I saw those figures like baying penguins. Like they're greeting each other at the end of the day when they... So I saw some things in it. I find that the bottom is really not necessary. And on the left-hand side where the sky meets the dunes, there's that bleeding of blue that feels a little bit murky and weird to me, which kept me from going higher. I can probably come up into silver, but I think those would need to be resolved for getting it to distinction for me.
Catherine?
I was on 86, and I had a very strong, evocative, emotional response to this. It feels like alone together. When the front figure, you can see the heel just lifting up, so you get a sense of movement through that, through walking through space. That front piece where it's darker, that does anchor, and it gives us a sense of place. Without it, I think there's too much splitting through that bottom third. So that just creates a bit more depth and makes us feel a distance to the subjects, which I think is very effectively done. Beautiful, creamy, sublime printing as well.
Okay, back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. You brought those things to the fore. The dark tone links the figures into the pictures. They're real. They are there, and that everything's soft and blurry, beautifully blurry, just enough, and everything just enough is just right for a silver distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, please. $85, silver distinction. Okay, thank you very much, judges, for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78. That's a bronze award. Okay. And can we have a comment from somebody on the... Yep, Jackie?
Yeah, scored at 78 too. I think going to the next scoring range is for a little bit more ambiguity. We don't really need to see the words, the Golden Progress mine, to understand that it's a mine, and then we would have been able to read into that story, and perhaps the whole image could have been in one tonal range, not two different tones together. Well done, though.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments, Jackie. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Craig, you'd like to challenge this?
Yeah, I'm at 87. There's a delicate fragility to this that I think is really nice. The detail in the feathers. I think the fall off of the focus as you come down just kind of makes it feel like it's floating. So it feels grounded by the sand, but also like it's floating in space. And I think the presentation is really nice. And I really love that it's just the top half of it with the feather and the bottom half is just the texture. I think it's really different, and I applaud the photographer for quite an unique composition.
Tanya, you're at the lower end of things.
Yeah, I was in the bronze range. I really appreciated the detail and even the little bits of sand or little rocks on top of the feather. What I was a little distracted by was just the texture of the black, of the background. That was,
Jackie, anything?
Scored at 78. I'm pretty happy to be there just at that score. What is the other level of creativity that the photographer is bringing to this category that makes that work? And perhaps that's where it's let me down, that the egg shape even suits bird, but it hasn't really been, we haven't got that three-dimensionality of the egg. It could have been just taken that little bit further and it would have been there for me.
Okay, looks like it's back to you, Craig.
Well, we're on 79. We have to rescore it regardless. So let's make a clear decision to give it 80 and give it a silver award.
Okay, let's rescore. Made the decision. 80, silver award. Okay. Thank you for that, judges. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. You challenging this?
Well, I'm at 88, and who doesn't want to live on a purple planet? You know, this is like a galactic planet image that you see on NASA's websites and things, but it's not. It's earthly, and it's grounded, but it's so different and it's so cool. What a fabulous way to present this kind of image. I love how it's shaded, so it's giving you that three-dimensional spherical appearance when it's probably is just a flat object that is, you know, lichen growing on the ground or whatever, or mold or fungus or whatever. I think once we've got this to a silver with distinction, we could all sing Prince's Purple Rain just for prosperity.
Tanya, you're at the other end again.
Oh gosh, sorry. Yeah, how could I be? I was in the bronze range at 76. I think I was looking around for somewhere to land my eye, and I was exploring the image, and that's just, and I just didn't find quite I just wasn't quite so taken as you, but thank you for your comments for me to ponder.
Catherine?
I was on 84, and in some weird way, I got up there and it made me want to itch.
That's good.
I feel.
How'd you feel?
Yeah, it does. It makes me feel. And I could see earth, I could see the atoll, I could see fungus, I could see lichen, I could see so many different textural elements. And Craig, you've talked about that shading. That's something that I missed, and it's added more to it because it actually adds more of a feeling of movement. And I think I appreciate that sense of movement. So I was on 84, I'm going to go up to the distinction range.
Okay, Craig, looks like it's back to you.
Yeah, thanks for the support, Catherine. Yeah, I think that it's been done beautifully. I don't think we really need somewhere to rest in this particularly. I think that roaming around all of those textures and colour and all of that detail, we could just stare into this for hours. And I think that's kind of like staring up at the Milky Way, and you always see something new that you hadn't seen before. So yeah, I would really love you to come up to 88 with me.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Craig, put your 88 in. No, put your 88. No. Okay, thank you. Everybody's put their scores in. We have an 86 silver distinction. Okay, can we have the next print, please? I know we've had lots to discuss, judges, but just letting you know that our timeline is stretching out quite late at the moment. So let's just try and keep things as concise as we can without shortchanging anybody. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award.
I'll be quick on this one, I promise. I'm at 83. Have you guys not seen the Instagram or whatever, the bad taxidermy? That's what this reminds me of. But I also feel like it's kind of like a pukeko that wants to be a peacock but has failed miserably as well. I feel a little bit conflicted by making fun of a dead pukeko, but I do think that there's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek here that is quite interesting and quite fun and to be rewarded.
Jackie?
I scored at 72, and the kind of a sense of clunky, cut-out nature of the repetition of those shapes, the same foot it being in there. Why couldn't that be sort of something different? The Pikeko's dead. You could have flipped it over and made some other shapes and brought some other interest and differences in here, and stuck on that really bright background. It's really competing with it, as far as I'm concerned. There's some lovely parts of it, but wasn't up in that silver range for me.
Okay, any thoughts from anybody else? No? Okay, back to you, Craig. You're going to... Yep.
Sounds like I'm pushing it a little bit on this one, but if we could get it any more points, every point matters. I think this is a really clever and quite unique, so let's see what we can do.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, you pushed another one, 78, bronze award. Rightio. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72. That's a professional standard. So, can we get a comment for the photographer from the somebody? Okay,
will.
Craig.
Congratulations on presenting something quite different here. I think you've done a really nice job of getting that swish and movement in the tail. I would love to see that main stripe that comes down to the tail where you've got a little bit of focus fall off, be nice and sharp and have all that texture of fur to bring us down through those triangles and flick us around again. I think that would really elevate it.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay. Can we get a comment from somebody? Yep, Catherine.
Congratulations on the bronze. The paper choice here is really successful. It makes it feel like I can walk up there and pluck a petal out. I feel that the flower placement, it's almost like it's not chaotic and it's not ordered, and it feels a little bit half and half. And therefore I'm finding that I'm finding strips of flowers through there. I almost want to see total chaos or order, one or the other.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine. Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Okay. Can I have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, okay, Catherine.
Yeah, really cool sort of discovery on history, this feels like, on survey, you know, the different elements, the pickaxe, the shovel, all these different elements are really intriguing. Just in terms of bringing them all together, they do feel quite separated as separated elements. I just feel like there needs to be more cohesion, and also feeling like it has a historical context. The sort of the starkness of this is not really working to bring it all together, but very cool and original, so it'd be great to see a more play on this.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. And can I have a comment from somebody along the line? Yep, okay. Go,
Yep.
Emma.
Oh,
Sorry,
yes,
sorry,
comment?
Jackie. No, go, Jackie.
Yeah, comment. Just, I think it also is kind of feel like mental health. You know, just the dark side and the light side that's coming together really well. I think I would have pushed it up a little bit further into the next scoring range if the head and the face hadn't been so tight to the top of the frame. There seems to be just needs a little bit more space around there, and I think it would have been elevated for sure. Well done, 85, silver distinction.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jackie. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Yep, Craig's already throwing his hand up. Yep.
I'm on 87 with this, and it took me a minute. And I guess what I have come to the conclusion is that this is a take on how you live your life. It kind of spells out worked, and somebody spent their whole life working, and then there's that gravestone at the end, and they worked and they died, and they didn't live, and all those blue tones bring that sadness of a life where you've just worked hard but haven't really lived. I'm on 87. I'd love to get this up at least into the silver range, but I think it's worthy of more.
Tania, you're at the other end of things.
Yeah, I scored the 73. I think I was needing someone to help me understand it a bit more. I felt the three cones just floating. That was a little confusing for me just being there, but I think you've helped me with understanding as to what you're reading from this. The other thing, just studying it further, is that it feels like a number plate in a number plate. Oh yeah, so that works for it really well though. Yeah.
Jackie?
Yeah, I'm on 82, and in support of the print. I think it's actually really clever, and you're just bringing that in as a number plate, because I saw death in here, and the specific idea of cutting out some of the letters enabled us all to fill in the spaces, and I said dead at the end, and that dead end and the dead end at the end of life. Craig, you brought that up. The floatiness is all about the repetition of life and the things that we go through and do, and we need to change. So yeah, I'm on 82.
Okay. Looks like it's back to you, Craig.
Cool. I think we've heard some good comments about this, and I love how we can interpret this differently. So with that said, I think that justifies it coming up into the next scoring range. If you can follow me into distinction, I would love that.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. And we've got an 83, silver. All right. Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, we are about to do our changeover to digital. So I invite the judges to do a little stand up and stretch your legs, but don't go anywhere because we're going to play Meet the Judge. So everybody's going to just introduce themselves. So the people online know who's judging the images. And so yeah, we'll start with Tania from this end and we'll work our way along.
Kia ora, I'm Tania Niwa from Taranaki. I have been a member of the Institute since about the 1990s, way back when I was in my 20s, and also so initially worked in New Plymouth and then in Australia for 25 years, and so I'm also part of the AIPP. My early career, I won Photographer of the Year and I'm a Grand Master of Photography in Australia and a Master with distinction here. But yeah, I shoot a lot of aerial imagery and work in the Māori economy, within the photography field.
Emma?
Hi, I'm Emma Steele. I'm from around here, just out on a wee lifestyle block outside of Christchurch. I'm a master photographer with the NZIPP, and I've been a finalist a few times in the different categories: portrait, open, animal, and illustrative. I had a small stint on honours. They work very, very hard. The guys behind the scenes here. And I'm currently the winner of the Asia Pacific Portrait category.
Wow.
Okay. Jackie?
Hi, I'm Jackie Rankin, and I've been a landscape photographer since moving to New Zealand, really, although I did some aerial photography back in Australia back in 2002 and won Photographer of the Year then. And since then, coming to New Zealand, landscape has been my life, along with Mike Langford, and we have a company together now called Creative Photography Workshops. We teach and we share our passion for photography and our passion for helping people find their way and their own voice in photography. And I think that's what this creative category does. It allows people to express their inner needs, and it doesn't always come out as an award, but the thing is that people have put their work and their heart into their work, and it's a great thing to do, and it helps us all to grow. So,
Catherine?
Hi, I'm Catherine Williams. I'm a portrait photographer based here in Christchurch. I run a portrait studio called White Wolf Studio alongside Tony Carter, and I have won New Zealand Professional Photographer of the Year twice. I'm an NZIPP Grand Master with 1 bar, and I'm a former NZIPP President. Yeah, that's a few things.
Rachel? Jump up to a mic.
Yeah, I'm Rachel Smith. I'm the current NZIPP President. Those guys work hard too. But not as hard as Honours Council do this week, that's for sure. I am a photographer and a fine art printer based in Auckland, and I'm an Ilford Master. I'm struggling to think of other little things. Yeah, that's me.
Bruce, would you like to come up and just introduce yourself?
Hello everybody, I'm Bruce Moyle. I am a Tasmanian photographer, so not of this country. But I'm originally an audio engineer who went into cinematography, who then went into stills, and have kept all three things happening. Most of my work is in cinematography, but I run commercial art practice and have worked in documentary, illustrative, and commercial advertising, and that. I'm best known as for my artwork, which is my fine art style of abstract portraiture and other variations within. And I'm happy to be here and judging and being a part of this for the first time.
And we're happy to have you here. Shah, come down. As I struggle to find our few judges that have left the room.
Oh, there's sushi here as well. Bonus. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shah Devine. I'm a portrait photographer based here in Christchurch. My background in photography was initially weddings, and I ran my wedding business for about 25 years. I've recently focusing more on portrait work, so I do headshots, personal branding, and a strong focus on body positivity. And I recently just completed a project called Embrace Your Greys, where I interviewed and photographed women who had let their hair go grey, which was fabulous. I'm currently a master of NZIPP Master with distinction and a Portrait Masters Associate, which I'm very, very proud of. I've served on the Honours Council, so I know exactly what these guys are going through this week, and I'm always in awe of people that put their hand up to bring us this wonderful event, because it is a lot of work. So that's me. Thank you.
Okay, Charlotte, jump up. Tell us all about yourself. Just on the mic. Just grab a mic.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Reeves. I'm based in Brisbane, Australia. I'm a dog photographer, pet photographer. I've been photographing dogs since 2007 through my business, Charlotte Reeves Photography. I won the 2018 Pet and Animal Photographer of the Year in Queensland through the AIPP. And I do a lot of teaching these days with my business partner, Craig Turner-Bullock, through Unleashed Education.
Shadow behind you.
What's that?
I'm the shadow behind you.
Oh, he's standing right behind me, ready to take his turn, so I'll let him jump in.
Okay, Craig.
I'll just knock the table over on the way in, you know. So I'm Craig Turner-Bullock. I am, as Charlotte said, her business partner in Unleashed Education. I've been a pet photographer since 2001. I am a Grand Master of NZIPP. I have won the Portrait Photographer of the Year and the Animal category, and some other things. And I love to travel around the world and photograph dogs in the places they come from. And on the way, having lots of adventures, nearly getting shot and falling down ice holes in crevices. And yeah, just having a great time running around the world with dogs and teaching as we go with Charlotte.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, judges. It's great to see. Well, it's good to hear everybody's backgrounds, so those that are out there listening have a good idea of who's judging the images. So just a little reminder, this category, the creative category, is sponsored by the good people at Nikon, so we're very happy to have them as sponsors of this category. We are, Craig, just you were going to jump out for a sec, and we're going to swap Bruce in. He's not listening. So, all right, and we're going to start the digital projection side of things. Okay, obviously the first image has appeared on screen, so let's jump up there and start. God. Yeah, something weird's going on here. Okay, no, that's cool. It should come free at any moment. Is it? Can you go? Not yet. Don't know what's going on, apart from nothing yet. Okay. Right, I might have to call on his phone a friend. Yeah, we may have to phone a friend. Not sure what's going on there. Just whilst I hope you judges hold that number in your head while oh, here we go. Okay, so we're going to get some tech help. It's been summoned. Okay, tech help is on its way. I'll just read the category description again, just for those that have come in halfway through and not too sure exactly what's going on here. So it's a fairly long description, so hopefully that will get us to until the tech people arrive. All right, so the category, we're in the creative category, and the category description is as follows. Recognises images that push the traditional boundaries of photography through conceptual and abstract approaches. This category encourages experimentation and innovation, allowing photographers to explore a diverse range of techniques, styles, and artistic interpretations. While images may be abstract or non-traditional, they must maintain a strong photographic foundation. The intent of this category is to celebrate artistic expression and creative freedom within the photographic practice. Entries may include contemporary and historical techniques and mixed media, but the primary communication must remain photographic. While images do not necessarily need to depict a clear narrative, they should demonstrate a strong artistic vision and evoke emotion throughout, thought or engagement. This category is designed for those who wish to challenge conventions and present photography as a medium for, I've lost my place now that happened, unique visual expression. Okay. Okay, judges, it looks like we've got a serious reboot sort of situation that's probably going to have to occur that's going to require you guys just taking a few minutes break. So please remember your scores right on the inside of your hand or something like that.
No, for that one.
For this, for
This is the
this image here.
this.
No.
Both. Okay, you haven't scored this one at all.
for those that are listening on the live stream, we're just we've got a bit of a major reboot of the system having to occur. So this is just going to take a few minutes. Sorry about the dead air out there. Okay, we are back and hopefully going okay. So, you guys have looked at this, haven't you? So, can you enter your scores, please? Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is professional standard. And, yep, can we have a comment there, please, Catherine?
Sure. The subject in this has a beautiful strength to her face, and I applaud the photographers, the styling, making the most of her beautiful red hair. The eye is struggling to find a spot to rest in this, and it should be that beautiful face and her shape, but there's many elements that are sort of fighting, and also that sort of blob of light that's bleeding through on her, just by her arm and the top of her arm there. That is quite a big distraction as well. So just explore and work on those aspects.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Catherine. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and can we get a comment from somebody? Yeah, Bruce?
I thought this was quite interesting in the way it was presented, the colour scheme and to that nature. It felt like a kind of a heat map, like a geology sort of thing. You might see in land surveying and that. I think the thing I would do is really think about the colour palette across the whole image and how you can refine it to bring it down to some individual colour choices instead of it being a little bit too disparate on the way it's going. So if you harmonise it a little bit in the way you get your palette, it'll pop a lot more.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Bruce. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay, can we have a comment for the photographer, Emma?
I love the beauty in the bird and the feathers, and that's really peaceful. I didn't quite understand the sort of floating, sort of nature of it on the water, and also the lighting on the right hand side flowers seems really bright compared with the shadow coming off that side of the bird. So just if you're compositing, just make sure the lighting is matching each element, but otherwise, beautiful image.
Okay, thank you, Emma. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're a score of 74, professional standard. Okay, and can we have a comment for the photographer? Yep, Catherine?
Yeah, the composition on this feels like it's not quite abstract, and it's not quite in the space of giving us a bit more information. It's sort of in the land in between. Technically, I feel like we're losing quite a bit of detail through those whites, and then there's some casting of the shadows are quite cyan through there. I'd just love to see a lot more richness in the colour, but certainly an interesting viewpoint.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 73, professional standard. And can we get a comment for somebody?
Yeah. Well done on trying to capture somebody in motion. Sport is very difficult, especially this because it's so fast and frenetic. We've definitely got that motion in there. I think the thing we're really lacking is because it falls into so much black, we're losing the context of what's going on. So it takes us a minute to find even the figure in there. So less crushing of the image just to give us a little bit more context. You can still highlight things within the image, but yeah, just be really careful and mindful about how much black you're putting in there.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Bruce. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Jackie?
Yeah, I'll give a
for the
comment.
photographer? Yep.
I think it would have been stronger without the blurry shape that perhaps alludes to be a figure or something in the foreground, that there's enough strength in those out of focus, double-layered, emotive parts of the image that would have pulled it through to a higher scoring range.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79 at the moment. Bruce, we're going to have to...
I'm on 82 silver. I think this needs to be in silver. It's quite an interesting aerial but macro style image. My story in it is that I'm looking at a bandage that has gotten an infection, which is that green, and the blood that is now becoming slowly pubescent. It's becoming horrible. It's not an easy thing to think about, but that's how I equate that top left-hand corner. It's like the fabric of a bandage or something like that, and then we're coming down to the flesh that is now rotting, and obviously it didn't work very well. So I think it's a really interesting image, and I think that it deserves at least a silver.
Catherine?
I was on 75, and yeah, I'm not seeing the rotting flesh, but it's very intriguing. I see more like a paint tray, or something more like a plastic or something along those lines. I do think that the sort of the balance is quite effective, than that upward sweep of colour, and the different textures in it are working quite well. So I'm listening.
Okay, Emma?
Yeah, I scored this 81. I didn't quite see what you saw, Bruce, but I kind of see like a vein or a tree coming up, so it's nature versus man-made with the natural elements versus the textures, and maybe even growth down the bottom to fire up top. There's so many things you could get from this. I even thought I could see a large fingerprint in the green area. So I'm really enjoying the textures and everything. So I feel it's silver worthy.
Okay, I think it's back to you, Bruce.
Yeah, thanks for the other comments. And yeah, I saw the paint palette as well, to be honest, but I thought my other story was a bit stronger, just to be different. I think it only needs like that extra point to come up to silver, and yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. You've done it. 81, silver award. Okay. Thank you for that, judges. And can we have the next print image? Okay, we're a score of 78, which is a bronze award. You got the
I'm an
option
82. I think this is an interesting image. It's very graphic design like, and it hits you over the head. The idea of testing like your psyche or mental health, and that if you've ever been through like those quizzes and that, it's hard. And men are definitely finding themselves isolated in some parts of society if they don't have support or if they don't believe they've got support. So this feels like, I don't know if it's a self-portrait or not, but it feels like somebody who's really having a time struggling and trying to put their emotions down. I'm more rewarding this for somebody being brave enough to try and put this together and show it to the world. So yeah, I've given it a silver, so let's have a chat.
Tanya, you're the other end of scoring.
Yes, I scored at 74. I applaud the creator of this for the concept and presenting us with the situation of this person and what they're going through. I think just a little bit more finesse and sort of a connection between, well, not a connection, just some more between the image in the front and the background. That could just be a bit more cohesive would be helpful. Yeah.
The middle three are all on the same scores. Any comments from the middle? Yep, Jackie?
Just scoring at 78, and it's the questions I'm asking: why that shape around? Is it a hand punch through the paper, or that creates that shape? And why is the central figure softer than the figures on the left? And particularly around the edge of each figure that's there, they're just not there hard and sharp on the edge. But I know that they're blurry there. But that central figure, there's a few questions.
Okay, back to you, Bruce.
I hit the button and it didn't stick. I'm not sure if I have answers for all of that, to be honest. I feel like it's just an interesting image that I felt was interesting enough to reward. So I'll leave it with you guys to see where you feel and where it sits.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 78, bronze award. Plenty of feedback for the creator of that image, so thank you for that. And Can we have the next image, please? Okay, with a score of 80, which is a silver award. Bruce would like to challenge that.
Sure, I'm on 86, silver distinction. I've found this image delightful. That bird has like, you've seen, oh, I don't know if you've seen, but you've seen like regal portraits of like Napoleon looking down at the painter in that pose. I feel like this bird is having that moment where it's sat for its portrait. It's like, well, this is what I'm doing, and you will take it. And I really enjoy that. I just think it's got something happening there that is so human but bird-like at the same time. I found the textures and that really interesting that has been put around it. I'm not sure what story I've got for those with the drips, but I really love the colour palette, the combination of that subtle pink to the green and the layering of those feathers. And yeah, I was in silver distinction, so see where you're at.
Catherine?
I was on 72 with this one, and I'm struggling with a few things, and one of those being the overlit nature of the bird, and how the highlight through its beak particularly is quite blown out. Then just the overall sort of shape in the composition, the flowers at the base, they feel like they make sense as a base. The one poked in on the side, it just is just a real fight between that flower and the bird's head. And then the same as the one below it in the beak, below the beak there on the right-hand side. That shape is sort of a fight for it. So, yeah, I'm on 72 at the moment. I could come into an award range, but I'm not too sure how far.
Okay, any comments from the middle, Jackie? No? Okay, all right. Okay, looks like it's back to you, Bruce.
Okay, a bit of work, but that's okay. I can note that there is a bit of an overblown highlight down the bottom there, which I did not see, but we only get a bit of time to look at it. I think the flower around the base of the bird actually just helps solidify it into the space. I don't think it clashes with the head or anything to that nature, but that's me. I think it fits quite well. I don't think it's overlit apart from that highlight. I think the bird fits quite well in that space, and then that background just helps it sit there, but isn't fully black. Like if this was a print, it'd actually look kind of cool on a matte image, a matte paper, I think. But yeah, I'm at 86. Feel free to bring it up to an award. Let's see.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Bruce, I think you need to hit enter. 81, silver award. Rightio. So, we're just going to do a little judge change actually. So, a bit of a double judge change. Hopefully everybody's in the room. So, Catherine, you can take a break. And we'll put Shah in. And Tanya, if you'd like to take a break, and Charlotte, if you want to come in. Tanya, Charlotte. Okay, if we're ready to go, wait for the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Across the board there.
Well done on trying to capture this person doing something I reckon they enjoy and love. When you're doing a flip like this, be mindful of all the elements and what becomes the biggest element in it. While the subject here is obviously part of the focal point, you've ended up with this big blob of rock in the middle, which is the biggest thing that actually distracts from whatever the story you're trying to tell. So just be really mindful of how and when you flip images to do that mirroring effect.
Okay, thanks for that, Bruce. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, currently we're on 84. Yep, Bruce.
I'm doing my Craig impression.
You have to challenge us. Must go with the chair.
All right, I'm at 92. Ooh, I like that sound. This is such an interesting aerial image that instantly grabbed me. I think color-wise it's really spectacular, but the story on this, I don't know if you guys remember like radio towers that like were used in advertising and things with the like radio signals beaming out. Like that was the old school like way of doing things, like to show like we're a radio station before TV and stuff, and it's a big thing. So to me, this reads like a radio tower, but the tower is now pushing out like filth, like it's a storm cloud of toxic gas. This is a mining site. There is, you can see the instruments of the mining there and that, but if you flip it on its end and make it a vertical tower, it is now polluting our skies. There is so much danger. We all know about climate change and where we're going, and these are the sort of places, while we sometimes need them, are also contributing to that environmental disaster. I feel like there is such a story here, and if you really step back as well and like defocus a little bit, it's like a weather graph as well, because all those dots and lines of those poles and that are like a grid where you'd look, if you're on the news and you're watching the sonograph, whatever they call it, you've got the rainstorm down in the right-hand side, and then you've got the high-pressure systems on the left-hand side, and then you've got lightning as well. There's so much to love in this image. So I'm at a gold, and I'd like to see if we can get us up there.
Shah, you're down the other end of the range.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. I scored this 76. I was a wee bit conflicted by what I was seeing. There was just so much to take in. And I found that it was hard to rest somewhere. The pins and things and the grid system, I didn't quite get the connection of those. I appreciate the vibrancy of the colour and the aerial view that's been presented here. I just felt that there was just too much going on for me. So if you could help me with that, Bruce, that would be amazing.
Charlotte?
I'm up there, so I'm on 88, Silver Distinction. This would just immediately look like a tree to me. And then I realised that it's the very opposite of a tree. It's not growth, it's not nature, it's everything that is opposite that. That toxic green spewing out the top. It looks like pollution. It probably is pollution. And yet it just looks so much like a tree with it, like trying to get its roots down to sustenance. I also really enjoy Bruce's explanations about what he sees in it as well. I think that adds some extra dimension to the image. I'll definitely be coming up.
Okay, do we have anything else to add? No, it looks like it's back to you, Bruce.
Thanks, Charlotte. There is a lot here. There is a lot to take in. It's a complicated message. That is pollution. That's a tailings dam. But I don't know whether this was shot, but a tailings dam where it's got that sort of edge on it is not a well-controlled tailings dam. So that's where all the slurry and that goes from a mine. And that's the stuff that is the big polluter outside of whatever it's been taken out to be burnt or whatever at another place. So it is toxin. It is horrible, horrible stuff. So I find that this is quite arresting, and like sit there and take, hopefully with us talking, it's giving you a bit of time to take that in. Even if you only find that one message, you don't need to see all of them. That could come later if you like, if it goes up on the wall out there. I really think this is gold because, yeah, there is a strong, strong message here, and it's just done so well.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, you've done it. 91, gold award. Hey, you can go home now. No, not yet. Not quite. Okay, good conversation, judges. Thank you very much. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Okay, Jackie, yep.
Yeah, I scored it in at 82, and I think it was really successful for me was all the gestures and the body language here. To take it up into the next scoring range, make it a print, and then control those highlights a little bit more, and I think that'll massage us right into that emotion of the shapes in the background that bring all sorts of nuances to it. Well done.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Okay. And can we have a comment for the photographer looking like, yep, Shah?
Congratulations on your silver. A really compelling and interesting image that that you've presented here. The etchings in the landscape, which is like scarring, is what really attracted me to it. The sharpness of the elements at the top gave it quite a broken feel, and I get a sense of brokenness from this, and the deepness of the scratches that appear on the landscape is testament to the footprint that we should be leaving and not what we're leaving right now. So congratulations. I think the only thing that I would think about in terms of improving the image is just giving a little bit more space to the image at the top, just to give it a bit more balance. Well done.
Okay, thank you, Shah. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment for our photographer, please? Shah, yep, okay.
I applaud the photographer. Congratulations on your bronze. It's a very unique way that you've presented the three images to us. It's not a construction that we're used to seeing, so I applaud you for that. I think it's a very, very interesting concept. Perhaps revisit it as less is more, particularly the image at the bottom. The overlay on the body is just absolutely stunning, but it's lost in the branches and the foliage around her. So give it another go and just perhaps just edit a bit more, I think. So, but well done, congratulations.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Shah. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. Shah, do you want to challenge that?
Thank you. 87 for me, silver with distinction. This is an image of two halves. The red lines through the middle delineates the separation between the two. The weight at the bottom with the pollution, as we've discovered, has slightly more weight to it and more heaviness. And it seems to me that it's an amazing depiction of the small amount at the top is where they're trying to get the gain, but the actual cost to the environment is so much higher. And I think that's reflected in the bottom part of the image as it shows the size of the impact of the damage, as opposed to the area from where they're actually getting it from. I love the redness in the centre. It almost has a religious feel. It has almost like a cross, and this will be our cross to bear with the damage that we're doing to our environment. So I encourage you judges to have another look. I scored at 87.
Emma, down there, the other end of the scale, not a big spread.
Yeah, I'm an 80 on silver. Enjoyed it for those reasons that Shah has said. I'm listening. It's one of those images. There's quite a bit going on, and the more you look at it, the more you get out of it. I didn't really have anything that was necessarily dragging it down. So I'm listening. I will come up.
Okay, from the middle, maybe Jackie?
I'm on that 82. Really, the textures are great, sharp, it's professional, but what else has the photographer brought to it? Another unique statement, but it's not that unique because of that. But I silver is great. I've given it silver, and that's where I am. You know, beautiful textures and things, but give me that extra vavoom, you know. I'll be there.
Okay, looks like it's back to you, Shah.
Well, the vavoom it's an SD, and I'm Shah Devine, and this is a silver with distinction. So, yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, Jackie. I think the image makes a lot of sense, and sometimes things can be presented to us very much in your face, but this one makes you think about it just that little bit more. It's not quite as linear, but I do feel that they've framed it in such a way that it does make you think about what we're doing and the greater good here. So I'm not asking for too many more points. You're all very close. So, yeah, let's go SD.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. '85, silver distinction. Okay, good conversations there, judges. Now we're just going to do a judge change. So Emma, you can take a break. Rachel, if you want to come in, please. Okay, and if we can have the next image, please. Okay, we've got 75, bronze award. And can we get a comment for the photographer, please, from somebody on the board?
When you're playing with, well, first we're good start. Like I love the colours and the idea you've got going on here. But when you're playing with motion and in-camera movement like this, be really aware of the contrast you're getting out of the camera, because the blue is dominating and taking over the rest of the image. So really use it as a way to construct your image to guide the eye in a way which is actually going to give you a story.
Okay, thank you, Bruce, for that. Okay. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Okay. Happy with that? Okay. So, can I get a comment from somebody? Shah?
Thank you for presenting us with something that's really quite a little bit different. The idea of using thread and cotton and stitching is very unique and a concept that's really worth developing and exploring. I think for me the narrative's a little bit lost here. I'm not quite sure what it is that I'm meant to be looking at. So just when you're putting together your concepts, just perhaps give us a little bit more about what your intention and concept is. But well done, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shah. We're just going to do another judge change just on the final hurrah to the finish line. So, Jackie, you can take a break, and Catherine, can you come in, please? Okay, and next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80. That's a silver award. And can I get a comment for the photographer on this one? Okay, I'm going to pick on Charlotte. She's closest to me.
Congratulations. This is a good result on this image. I think the range of tones is really well handled. Just the lighting on the egg. It's a really unique concept, and I love that feeling of apprehension as like, what's going to happen? Is the egg going to fall down? Is it going to be pierced? Is it going to crack everywhere? Is it going to make a mess? A couple of things that disconcerted me a little bit was the scale, so the size of the needle compared to the egg. The needle is like really oversized. And the other thing was the depth of field isn't quite enough to cover the full egg. So the edges of the egg, the focus is on the front of the egg, and the edges of the egg are actually a little bit soft. And I feel if they were a little bit harder, it would have given more impact to that point coming up to meet the edges of the egg. So maybe something to think about for the future.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And we're going to have to review that at the very least. Okay, so let me just push the correct button. So I'm going to have to get the judges to either input 79 or 80, please. Being right on the cusp of things. And it's confirmed as a 79. Okay, thank you very much, judges. It's a bronze. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Catherine? Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on the award. Interesting concept, and our eye is certainly drawn to that ghoulish face. I feel like we're seeing too much of the inner workings of this. And the sort of the light on the arm, the light that's clipping through on the hair, they are taking away from the story in this, and also the piece of foliage that comes across her body. That is sort of a disconnect and not allowing us all the way in. So just sort of finessing those elements would help this image.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. Fairly close judging numbers there. So can I get a comment from somebody? I'm going to pick on Rachel.
Congratulations to the photographer on the silver award. I'm really enjoying the concept here of potentially the flaming dragon mouth opening and all of the volume of stuff disappearing into the greyness. There's beautiful detail throughout. there's an awful lot going on, and I feel like perhaps a bit less might be more in this instance, because there's just so much to see, and so much of it is our eye being drawn by that really, really bright orangey red, and that takes us right up and out of the image, instead of letting the eye play around more within all of those finer details.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Shah would like to jump in and challenge this.
Yeah, I'd just like to have a little bit of a conversation about this one. I feel something, and I haven't quite put my finger on it yet, but it has just a really interesting, creative appeal. The bird shape in the middle I see as a penguin. I don't know if that's just me or whether everyone else is seeing what I'm seeing. It is getting late in the day, but I am definitely seeing that shape. The way that it comes in and out of the landscape is quite unique and quite innovative. The base at the bottom also mimics the same shape of the bird. There's the waves and the soft undulating lines. So it's very clever. And I scored at 86.
Bruce, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, I'm at 76. So I applaud the idea of this. My thing is that I think it's missing the finesse that I'm looking for. I think the bird, based out of all the objects and the other things you can read into it, is awesome. But then the bottom is also quite cool, but the in-between and everything that's stacked between it is really lets it down, like the sand or whatever. It just, because there's no definitive line, it just goes soft. And I find that really hard to deal with, because there's all these elements that could be stitched together in such a way that really work and tell the story in a way which is more fulfilling. But technically I'm finding it really hard to get past those faults.
Rachel?
I scored this 82. I'm actually really happy with it placed in the silver range, but I'm still listening, Shah. The reason I didn't go any higher with it is, even though I enjoy the feel and the depiction of that earth, sea, sky, and the narrative with the bird coming through from the man-made elements floating in the breeze, technically there's some issues for me in the brighter parts of the sky, where there are some tonal aberrations coming through and some magenta tones and stuff, and so that's what kept me out of distinction range with it. So I'm rewarding the subtlety and the detail and the concept with the silver.
Okay, I think it might be back to you, Shah.
Rachel, I really like your analogy of earth, sea, sky. And if you look at if we apply the rule of thirds here, each part has almost got equal representation in terms of earth, sea, sky. I find that perhaps the technicalities here don't tend to make my eye wander to them, and often in an image like this it would. But there's just something quite compelling about it. The more I sit and look at it, the more I see, and the more the shapes change, and that is quite a feat in itself. So I'm just asking, we're pretty close, so I'm just asking just for a couple more points just to pop it into silver with distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. You solidified the silver with 82. Okay, so good. Okay, thank you for all those comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're at a score of 64, which is professional standard, but we also have an automatic challenge by Shah.
It's kind of arresting and kind of disturbing at the same time, this image.
Score?
My score was 78, so bronze. It's quite clever. It's very cleverly done. I'm still not quite sure what that piece in the middle is, but I'm very intrigued as to if someone else can tell me what that actually is. The pixelated face in the middle is quite compelling and quite arresting and disturbing in a strange kind of way. And I think that's what made me stop and have another look at this. It's a portrait, but presented in a very unique and unusual way. So I applaud the photographer for their creativity in providing something that's really quite thought-provoking and has sort of made me sort of sit and take another look. So I just had scored at 78.
Rachel?
Yeah, I scored this professional standard, and there's a really interesting concept that is going on here that I'm not quite getting resolution for myself with, and that's not necessarily the photographer's fault. I think that my first thought was the pixelization around the face was intentional. Perhaps a nod to, Minecraft people or people that spend too much time on screens and stuff like that. But it's not quite intentional enough to make it a definitive face for me. So then that began to question in my mind whether it was a choice or whether it was actually a technical flaw. The lens or whatever it is that is sort of in that centre portion of the image is really intriguing, and I feel like it adds to the story that's trying to be told here, but there's not enough detail in it to make out what that is, and so that's what kept me out of the award range.
Do we have comments from anybody else? Okay, Shah, I think it's back to you.
Hey, thank you, Rachel. I think the lack of detail is what has made us stop and take notice. It does have a robotic feel. It does have a Minecraft feel. So it does feel a little bit otherworldly. It's not conventional in any sense of the word, and I think that's what the image's strength is. It leaves us with more questions than what it does answers, and that's quite a powerful thing to do with photography. So, just a couple more points to pop it into bronze would be amazing.
Okay, judges, please rescore. taking it to 65, professional standard. Okay, thank you for the comments though. Okay. All right, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we're a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Can we have a comment for the, yep, Bruce?
Interesting capture, really well done. I think the idea here of like you can fall in and out and loop through this a little bit is really nice. I think the thing that I wanted to see is the clarity of the image, and it's quite noisy. I'm not sure how it was shot, if that was done in post, but ice is smooth, and I'm not expecting it to feel really rough, more from a digital issue than the actual texture of the item itself.
Great, thank you for those comments, Bruce. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Shah, you'd like to challenge this?
Yes, I popped it into silver at 83. We talked. We haven't had an allusion earlier on to something prehistoric, and this has that same shape. There's an amazing dinosaur just lying there peacefully, with a little blue area at the bottom that just looks like it's going to just gently open its mouth and envelop whatever that blue piece is. Even though it is a landscape, it has quite a unique and unusual animalistic quality. So I applaud the photographer for presenting something that is inanimate but gives us a feeling of animate. So I scored at 83.
Rachel?
Yeah, I scored this 72. And my first reaction was, yes, the pterodactyl and that sort of Jurassic quality to the main subject in the image. But I was actually quite disappointed when I got up into the image, because while there's beautiful detail throughout the landmass, when you get into I'm going to call it water, the water in and around the image, especially in that lower right-hand portion, it's just, there's a lot of technical flaws in there that I really can't get past, and so that sort of kept me out of the higher award range.
Do we have anything from the middle ground? No. Okay. Shart, looks like it's back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. I guess for me, the strength of the image is in the shape and how this has been seen by the photographer. It's not easy. I can't imagine how you see these sorts of things. And it's not an area of photography that I'm familiar with, but I'm really appreciating the skill and the craft and the vision that the photographer has gone through to present something like this. It's not an easy concept. It's not an easy process to produce aerial images like this. And the fact that they have chosen and cited and seen an area like this that has got such incredible shape and quite an interesting narrative is quite brilliant. So yeah, I'm just asking for a few more points and a silver at 83.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, done it. We've got 80, silver award. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Maybe Rachel, you're in the middle of the group.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying that sort of delicate, floaty feeling that this image is bringing to me, and it's actually reminiscent of some of, some of the photographers like Joanna Margaret Paul, who would photograph things that are quite mundane and urbane, often from her window of her clothesline and things like that. So it did make me reflect on all of those things. I guess there's beautiful detail in some of the textures in the fabric, which is really lovely. To strengthen it a bit, maybe just watch some of the highlights, and if there was just a little bit more depth of field so that we got more of those beautiful details coming through in the fabric would be really nice.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay. And can we have a comment for the photographer? Okay, go.
Yeah, congratulations on your awards. I do think that this could have gone higher. I think conceptually it's quite strong. The light on the armpit is pulling our eye to the armpit and then over the bridge of the nose as well. And possibly the movement that we're seeing, vigorous movement all around, but not so much movement in the subject. And I feel that if we saw a little bit more indication of that sort of movement then throughout, that could be even stronger.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Catherine. Now, that is us. We are done. So, all right, so thank you very much for that. That was the creative category for 2025, sponsored by Nikon. Now, can I thank the judges, the print handlers out the back, and all the audience for listening in or being here in person. Just remind the judges to stay because we need finals judging. And I think that's us. Yeah, over and out. Thank you very much.